I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to and you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. Or is it really a beautiful Wednesday morning? Of course, we have enough packed up to keep you going, and thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone. You know, I said, is it really a beautiful morning? I'm here with Valentine Oyeka.
Most definitely.
Is it really a beautiful morning?
It has been dramatic and quite eventful and a lot of experience this morning. But what can we say when Nigeria happens to you? After all, 2 days ago, Nigeria happened to Anthony Joshua.
Yeah. You know, I saw a tweet and, you know, someone was like, you wouldn't know pain until Nigeria actually happens to you. But what happened to you this morning?
Interestingly, I mean, so it's funny to say this, but, you know, it's good to say. People should know how to do their job and when to do their jobs, especially when it has to do with you working for the government. You know, I mean, it's crazy when you come out of a restaurant and you don't find your vehicle. And like, what's happening? Only to find that someone probably told my vehicle. I'm like, what?
Sorry, I'm laughing.
You know,
it's not funny, but it's funny.
It is. And I was shocked. I was like, how did it happen?
I can imagine.
It's just, and then a whole lot of things unfolded back to back. They ended up apologizing. Oh, they were mistaken. Thought it was a different vehicle. How do you make a mistake like that?
The plate number is obviously there.
Apart from that, even if there was some numeric misunderstanding based on the, you know, the number of the plate or whatever it is, what was the reason? Was it no parking zone?
At 7 o'clock
in the morning.
People's vehicle. Anyways, I'm
7:15, but even at that, it's...
I'm really sorry for your experience this morning.
It happened to me this morning. Well, I got the vehicle back because I had to make some calls and then, you know.
Of course, it's Valentine. Anyways, we're glad your car is back, and you know, they got to apologize for inconveniencing you this morning.
But what about the stress the cost?
Of course, I can really imagine.
I thought the car was stolen initially when I came out.
Our GA leader was not launched. All right, let's take a look at some of the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first headline is Transgrid Enerco acquires 60% of Eco Disco in 360 billion naira deal. And CBN sees FX reserves rising to 51 billion US dollars in 2026 on market reforms. And Nigeria banks bad loans eat 7% after forbearance ends. And finally, protests spread across Iran for third day after currency hits record low. Interesting topics that we actually have today. But I said I was going to say something. I was going to tell you something when I come on the show this morning. You know, there was a national grid, and that national grid collapsed.
Yes.
I didn't know
2 days ago.
until I was so shocked before yesterday. I didn't have lights in my house. I was so scared. I was like, are you sure the alarm battery effect has not gotten to me? So I wanted to tell you, Valentine, that for the first time since I've been hearing of the grid collapse, because I hear it, I speak about it, but I've never experienced it. I always have lights when there's a grid collapse. I actually experienced it, and I don't want to experience it again. So do you think this is actually a good thing that, you know, a private company has actually acquired 60% of the EcoDiscos? Do you think it's something that, you know, we're going to see something different?
You know, so it's good that we're dealing with this part of you know, this situation right now, because if nothing happens, you never know how well you can mitigate it in the future.
Yeah.
But in an event where it happens too often, it becomes a challenge. However, history has taught us that when there is some level of privatization, exactly, right, you get things to work faster. When private entities and private companies come in to deal with issues, there's a big tendency that it might succeed. However, the fear of monopolization is also an issue too. They might come in and then monopolize it. But in this case, I think it's a good thing that we can see that, you know, a private company can say, let us hand it over to us, let us deal with this, let us be able to manage it and manage it properly and get something good out of it. However, there is a challenge now, which is this. Why should we continue handing over, you know, federal government status or federal government, you know, things or whatever you want to call it, to the private sector? I understand the idea of PPP, right? Public-private partnership. I get it. But if we continue this trajectory, at the end of the day, are we going to have what belongs to federal government still, you know, be in its own coffers, within its own ambience, or one day we're going to wake up and realize that even the floor that we work on has been given to private companies?
Well, don't you think private companies would do better? Because it was, I think it was in October that we had the EcoDisco, you know, the transfer of power resources to the EcoDisco. It's just a few months back, and now we're seeing like a private entity coming to like take a better share, that's 60% of the responsibility. In my view, I feel private sector actually thrive more when it comes to things like this. You can rely on them. Take for instance, when they started the prepaid meter. When the federal government started it, it was really rowdy until, you know, private entities started producing theirs and started being in collaboration with the state government and also the federal. I think it's a federal thing now. I think most people use like prepaid meter in the country. So before, you know, collaboration started, we started seeing different prepaid meter. It was really a struggle. You had to wait 8 months, sometimes 6 months, when it was just the federal government. Mind you, the meter is reading from the point that you actually pay for it, it starts reading, and by the time you acquire the meter, you see that you're having 500,000, 1 million naira of debt, and you wonder why. So I believe that, like you said, I believe in PPP also, but I think private entities actually do better when it comes to serving the people.
I mean, most definitely. I mean, we can't rule that one out. Private companies and private entities, because you have the chain of command, right, a bit closer and not too far, and they remove the idea of excessive due process.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying due process is not bad. I'm not saying due process is not good, I mean to say. But in an event where you have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks, or wait days for a simple thing to be acted upon, that can slow down progress. But private sector, you think about it, you call a board meeting, you deal with it immediately, you know, things follow through. And of course, the man who is in charge, who is like either the MD or the CEO, wants result very quickly. And so he's talking to the heads, talking to different departments. Without results, someone's head is going to roll. And it is instant. And so people are up and doing. And of course, there's no issue of, okay, will I get paid? Will my salary be delayed? The private sector, they move very quickly, right? They are able to make return of investment very quickly. and grow. And at the end of the day, they run their analysis, run their review, the next fiscal year, what's next. So if a private company comes in or private entities come in to manage this kind of sector that has to do with power, I think it's a good call.
All right. All right, before we actually go, today is the last day of the year. Wow. It feels so good to actually like say it. And this is going to be the last episode of Breakfast Show for the year 2025. What are your resolutions? I'm not a resolution person.
Now you're supposed to be the right person now. Motivation is going to come out now.
I am not a resolution person. I'm more of tomorrow is just going to be another day, you know. It's the next day tomorrow. But what are your resolutions for the year 2026 when it comes to the economy now?
I will tell you, it's good that we are saying these things.
Yeah.
You know, I always say every now and then, whenever I have the opportunity, even when I go to events, to speak at events or conferences, I say, look, no success happens without you seeing it in your own mind, first and foremost. The idea of someone telling you New Year's resolution, New Year plan, right? I think it is, quote and unquote, that's lack of a better term, I think it's just is deceiving yourself, really. I believe in now resolution. And that's always been my own model, right? Even as a broadcaster, a journalist, whether it's radio or TV, whatever, I always look, now resolution. Do you know why? Once we say New Year's resolution, it kind of falls back to status quo after the first 2 or 3 months. So when you say now resolution and you write it down as a caption, put it on your wall, and then itemize what you want to achieve daily, weekly, monthly, right, quarterly, before the end of 2026, that's next year. When you itemize it, then have in mind and put on one end there mitigations, things that might happen that are beyond your control, how you manage them. Like it could be weather, it could be act of God, it could be anything, it could be crisis, whatever it is. But be able to say at the end of the year, score yourself. Today is the last day of 2025. How many people out there watching now can actually say, look, even though the economy didn't really favor them that much, but you as a person, the one you had, were you able to, manage your resources? Were you able to achieve X, Y, Z? Were you able to say, okay, I'm Debbie, I want to achieve this in January, before March, scorecard, let's look at it again. Before that, June, July, you break it down in different quarters. Now, today is the end of the year. Can you confidently and honestly say that your scorecard is above 50%? That is solely on you. And this is just organizing yourself. There's nothing wrong to say, I put myself first because I know this is self-development. You can only develop yourself first before you want to develop other people. I think it's a big call when the year ends like this. Big question right now to those at home and everyone who's watching, have you earned it to now say Happy New Year tomorrow?
All right. For me, I would actually say that I look forward to, having a better economy next year. I want to sit on this seat and then not having to talk about ASU going on strike, the health sector failing, or food prices going high. I don't want to hear anything that has to do with bandits.
Donald Trump saying guns blazing.
I feel like Donald Trump is on a time counter.
Right.
Before you know it, it's not going to be there anymore. So I don't really take him as serious. So everything that we went through in 2025, because 2025 was quite a year. I'm ready. I'm not in it again. I've already moved, but it's quite a year. So I don't want to hear, the kidnapping, banditry.
Right.
I want us to look at the cartoon of the day, and then we're seeing something that is actually making us happy and smile. Because the cartoon of the day, one thing the cartoon of the day does is bring out the reality of most Nigeria and what the country is actually going through. So I want us to look at it, and then we are seeing good stuff and not chaos and poverty, hunger, and the government looting and not looting and whatnot. So like Valentine said, before you can actually write down a resolution, ask yourself, have you really earned it? Do you just write down the resolution and the first 2-3 weeks you do it and then you go back to status quo? Anyways, this is all we can take on our banter section. We're going to break now. When we come back, it's going to be the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, it's good to have you. Now let's go straight to the front page of the dailies. And our first stop, of course, is our sister company, as we like to start from home, the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, Banks' bad loan climb as forbearance end. And the writer to that story says worsening NPLs could weaken lenders' balance sheets, says CBN. And you can get a hack of that story on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, we have agriculture in 2025. Trends that shaped Nigeria's food production, and that is on page 7 of the Business Day newspaper. And also Tinubu presses on with tax overall on January 1st, and the writer NECA backs federal government, and that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also major political events that defined Nigeria in 2025, and you can get that on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also the picture of the day on the Business Day newspaper. It's quite a celebration for Nigeria as they won, I think 3-1 victory over Uganda yesterday. Not to digress, but I found out that there was actually an Igbo guy that played for the Uganda team yesterday. Right. He was, and a part of me was saying, I want the Igbo guy to score. Well, I mean, that would tell you that football is actually a very funny game. It is. I had to catch myself. I don't know what you were talking about.
No one can blame me. I mean, that normal feeling of, oh, that's
yes.
You want to see him score, but I mean, he's playing against Nigeria.
I know, right? I like what Business Day did with the front page paper. It's so timely, like they usually do. And I'm talking about the fact that the major political events that define Nigeria in 2025, and also taking it up to the agricultural events, the trends that shaped the Nigeria food production in 2025? How do we end the year when we do not talk about, the major events in major sectors that actually, happened in the year? But of course, today's the last day, January 1st, we are going to be paying tax. We understand that. Everybody in Nigeria now understands that. Right. And I'm sure people are now aware of how it works and how it doesn't work. So are you ready for tax 2026?
Well, I mean, you can't say you are not ready, because it will come, it will, put it this way. So you will experience it whether or not we are ready. The question now will be, when it happens, because it will happen, would you be able to say there'll be lesson learned from it?
Right.
So maybe I will agree with you when you ask that question. Are we ready? Yes, we're ready. But are we prepared? Guess what? No, we're not prepared.
Why do you say so?
So there are two different things there. I'll put this way. If there's a variation there. We are ready for what is going to come, which is the whole tax reform thing, and of course, how it's going to hit Nigerians. But are we prepared for it? Most people don't have, second source of income. Most people just have one, source of income. And that becomes a challenge for you when you know that you don't have a plan B. Even when you want to try to have a plan B, let's assume you want to have a business on the side. There's a huge problem when you know that if the business is outside, the state that you are in. Why am I saying this? Out of experience, I've seen people who want to double their hustle, have a different business outside where they are, only to find out that, look, it's not going to be possible. Why? Because you have to travel. Now, security comes into play. If, for instance, you have another business in Benin City and you work in Lagos, the one that gives you salary, how do you plan on, doubling back and forth to catch up? So what am I trying to say? Give and take, if this tax, hits next week, because next week's New Year.
Tomorrow.
So when it hits, the question now is, would you be prepared to be able to, cushion yourself? Well, I don't know. But are we ready? Well, we are ready for it.
All right, let's move to the agriculture, the trends that shape the Nigeria's food production. We cannot have a buy to 2025 without having to talk about the agricultural sector. And the newspaper this morning, BusinessDay newspaper this morning, highlighted 3 trends that I'm sure the viewers can actually agree with us with. And we have surging imports. I can remember that started in July 2024 and got into 2025. We saw that the government actually banned the importation of certain food, and that actually kind of dropped the prices, especially for rice. Rice actually moved from 65,000 naira, moved to 65,000 naira from 90,000 naira during that surging imports. And of course, the one that trended for a long time is insecurity. That's the one across the southwest, northwest, and the middle belt. We saw that there was no food supply chain because, of course, of the herdsmen and farmers clash. And we saw that we couldn't, they couldn't import. I said import. They couldn't move certain things from, from the northwest, from the southwest, and also the middle belt down to places like Ibadan, Lagos, and Ogun State because of the insecurity. And of course, the one that we are still seeing now is the climate change. I think this is the one that farmers actually embraced, because why are we seeing rainfall up until December? I think this trends that business actually highlighted actually summarize the agricultural sector in Nigeria for 2025. But let's put our focus on the insecurity, because believe it or not, when it comes to food, we still have the insecurity issue, because of course in Benue we had over 5,000 people killed, and we know that Benue being the food basket of the nation, that is where most of the food that we consume in the country is actually produced from. So imagine having to kill 5,000 farmers. How then do you expect food to actually get distributed across the states in the country? And then it didn't stop there. It now migrated to kidnapping. They saw that, okay, killing the farmers, having clashes between the herders and farmers was not enough. It migrated to kidnapping. People got scared of having to move food down from where they actually planted to where it can be, sold and distributed. They stopped because, the fear of what if I'm kidnapped. Well, there's a point that they even started, you people traveling were making videos of trucks that were abandoned on the road. You see tomatoes getting bad, yams getting bad on the road because either the truck drivers were they had to run for their lives, or they were actually scared of getting kidnapped. Do you think this insecurity when it comes to the agricultural sector, do you think it's still going to be a thing come 2026?
When we think about insecurity, the first thing that comes to mind is we get the head of the snake cut off. Those who are responsible for, sponsoring this terrorist, those who are responsible for giving safe haven to these criminals that are causing mayhem, making us uncomfortable. Can we cut off this head of the snake? But again, we see how this.
Do we even know where the head is? I feel like if we actually know the head, it would be easy for us to cut it off.
But give and take, I think next year is going to be great. We saw towards the end of this year how the military had to step up. Okay, maybe because of what Donald Trump said, and we saw how they were able to acquire new weapons, acquire new aircraft. 24 more aircraft. We saw how they had to order in new helicopters, to also aid our arsenal to make sure the Air Force is equipped for 2026. I think come 2026, which is tomorrow, moving forward, there will be no safe haven for criminals. At the end of the day, criminals will either have one option, either run away or not to surrender because we're not going to take any prisoners, or just say their last prayers.
Yeah.
But for what it's worth, all indications are pointing towards one thing only. Nigerians will be able to travel safely with both eyes closed when they are asleep at home. Nigerians will be able to move around, do their businesses, and not worry about my investment in a different state or in a place where it has all the record of skirmish and banditry and all that.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see a drop in this issue of insecurity. Now, if you look at it, the fact that police officers have been moved away from VIPs, these are all exactly what happened throughout the year, moved away from VIPs to where they're supposed to be. The fact that, we had military people also moved away from checkpoints, to the front where this whole Boko Haram thing is going on, to combat these criminals and terrorists. The fact that strategic decisions have been made by our president, and of course, the appointment of the Minister of Defense, all that means one thing only: 2026 will record a major drop in insecurity, and we'll be happy.
Okay. Before we move on from the Business Day newspaper, let's look at the major political events that actually, defined 2025. Lots of things happened, but Business Day newspaper highlighted two major ones, and I think that was it politically, and that's the Rivers state of emergency. And also the coup that was rumored to happen on Independence Day. The state of emergency, I'm sure that's something that's never happened before in the political terrain of Rivers State. And we saw how Nyesom Wike and Similai Fubara were actually dragging, okay, you're my godfather, I'm not the godfather, you won't tell me what to do, your time has come, now it's time for me to do what I have to do. And we saw how that resulted to the 6 months state of emergency where Similai Fubara had to, step away from doing his duty as the governor of the state. And, and we saw how, he came back and then having to move to APC. I think that was the highlight, because it was really funny that the River State emergency actually started the year. And then when it's about ending, it then gives us the big blow of having to move to APC. And another was the coup rumor. Certain youths in Nigeria were actually happy that finally, there's going to be a coup. And but it didn't see the light of the day. But what do you think about it?
So, for me, I think.
Would you have preferred that, we had a coup? Would you have preferred that? The first time this actually happened, that, we rebelled against the God. I won't call it rebel, like we stood up for our rights, was the October 20th, the NSAS. So would you have wanted another a coup? Let me call it a coup, because a coup happens when people are tired and a part of the government decides that they use the people as an excuse to want to overthrow the present government. So would you have rather preferred that happened? And do you think it would have brought a change of some sort?
So they say change is constant, whether or not you like it or you're prepared for it or not. But looking at the trajectory, how Africa has come through to this point and what has really happened, and how the birth of the Sahel state came to be, I can tell you for a fact, no one will dispel the idea of change of government.
Right.
But could it have been best for us? If it had happened, could it have really, really been the best thing? I would say no.
Okay.
At the end of the day, democracy, right, gives room for freedom of speech. Can you imagine if we had a military, head of state? Don't you think the idea of media will mushroom to some point?
True.
Will be suppressed?
Not some point. There won't be any of that.
Voices will not be heard the way it's been heard now. However, will there be quick response and resource control better than what we're facing right now? The only way we'll know is if we draw a comparison with when we used to have military head of state and now. I think for what it is, democratic dispensation gives room for partnership with the rest of the world. I think if we're put in place, right, if our leaders know what they're doing, we have no reason to think in that direction. However, in the survival of a nation, right, they say when push comes to shove, right, everybody will answer his own name. If, for instance, we didn't make a move to show that we can suppress, erase, and eradicate insurgency and terrorism, maybe Nigerians have been taking that direction.
Right.
But the fact that quickly we started seeing, the military taking a different role.
Was it quickly?
Yeah. Well, again, after Donald Trump stepped in and started
exactly. I don't think it's quickly.
So at least for what it is,
we
started seeing this, lack of a better term now, show walking. Right? We started seeing the clampdown of bandits. And of course, I also really liked the statement he made when he said, look, every military personnel in the theater of war must bring down one Boko Haram, insurgent, as case may be, or member. That shows that you're working. All that indicated that we're ready to bring us out of that insecurity. And one of the things that is facing Nigeria in the eye of the rest of the world is we weren't doing our best to make sure we bring us out of what it is that is our problem, which is insecurity. But to answer that question, would we have been better when it comes to
the coup?
We say give and take. No. Reasons given is a lot of things could have happened before we start stabilizing. Nigeria is a very big country. Before we start stabilizing and get out of the initial shock, if a coup had happened and it was successful, I think it could have caused more harm than good in the long run. So for what it is, let's just get our democracy right. Let's get our leadership correct. Let cost of governance not be too high, such a way that it is at the peril of common Nigerian, right? Let's be able to put square pegs in square holes. So people begin to think of the idea of carrying out a coup. Because let me tell you, if your life is threatened, if your source of living is threatened, right? You see your children, you can't fend for them. You see your family members, you can't give them what they need, what they need to survive. Meanwhile, you're working hard. Also, you have within your environment what it takes to carry out such. It will come to your mind because, like I said, when push comes to shove, and one of the areas that we should not mess with is the funding going to the military. You don't want to mess with that. Because if you mess with it, they are the ones who can decide what's going to happen next. Because they're the ones who have this, ammunition and arms and everything with them. It's in their custody. So we want to be able to make sure we meet them well, make sure the budget for funding for them is intact, make sure that insecurity is tackled and everything that is needed to be given to them, their own quota, is given to them. The Air Force, the Army, the Navy, so that they can combat these criminals. We don't want to hear that. Let it not be that the issue of underfunding is something we're looking at 2026. No. We rather prefer to hear overfunding so that there's no excuse.
Right.
Their well-being taken care of. The family and friends taken care of. They say, there's this thing they always say in the army, they say, all lives are precious. Let's see it moving forward. Let us see appreciation for those who are willing to put their lives on the line for our security. Let's be able to make sure that their well-being, right, for even those who have retired now, right, we don't want to see them going to queue up looking for their pension and going back to back. No, let them be taken good care of. So the ones who are serving now will say, if I eventually, retire, my livelihood will be taken care of. My future will be secured, right? Let us see that moving come 2026. Let's also be able to have proper conversation with other countries based on mutual respect. We don't want to mortgage our sovereignty. We don't want a case where tomorrow will come and then we say we made bad decisions because some people were more concerned about 2027.
All right, let's quickly look at the Vanguard newspaper. What do we have on the Vanguard?
Right, so in the Vanguard, it says here, transfer above 10K, banks will start charging 50 naira stamp duty from January. So, Debbie, that your urgent 10K that you used to transfer to your friends and family.
I think it's a good thing because, normally before, when you send 10K, they deduct 50 naira from me and also from me. They deduct from the sender and the receiver. So now, if it's just going to be from the sender, I think it's actually a good thing because of the new tax, rule. Instead of deducting from two people, that's theft. I think this is a good thing, actually. Yeah.
So, again, also the banks also, they charge you for text messages.
Of course. And you see people that are doing text. Why do you want text messages?
So that's a good question.
You want it? Because you are allowed to pick the option of whether you want SMS. I don't want your SMS text.
So, but then again, if there's an issue with your bank or something, they need to reach out to you very quickly. Email sometimes take a while.
I will go to the bank. Thank you.
Spoken like a true evil woman.
I will go to the bank.
Every penny matters to the evil person, right?
9,950 is as 10,000.
Wow. Businesswoman right there. All right, so then we have in page 27. It says transfer above 10K, banks will start charging 50 naira stamp duty from January. Here it says 2027, YOB chose Enugu for today's defection to ADC. You see that on page 26. On page 7, it says, we are saddened by AJ's horror crash. Family. Of course, no family will not be traumatized.
How would he even come out from it? Having to lose two people that you're close. If he ever fights again, he must really be a strong man. He must really be a strong man. I really hope God gives him the strength and the strength of the family of the people who lost their lives to move on from this. People don't really move on from grief, like I always say. They just go by it and just try to
they grow from it.
Do they grow from grief?
Because I will tell you, what grief does is that it unlocks something in you. It's not left for you to use it positively or negatively.
Right.
And I always say that, I've been there before, but I always say that if you don't know how to turn pain to gain, it will consume you. And so the question whether he's going to fight again, I think is the more reason why he wants to fight.
Right.
Why? Because the people he lost actually built him to this level. They helped him get to this level. And as a fighter, one thing comes to mind, which is get out there, make your teammates proud. So hanging his boots and hanging his his kit will not make them proud.
It's really a lot.
It's traumatic.
Not just one, but two of the closest people to you.
So you have to go through some, have some counseling.
Yeah.
A lot have to go on.
Yeah.
And I know that there's no way he's going to bounce back immediately. But if he does immediately, then I think he'll be far stronger than I thought he is.
Okay.
All right. So says new tax laws take effect tomorrow. Tinubu insists. Right. Says say it's interesting. They say no substantial issue established to warrant a stop. Right. That's from the Vanguard. It goes ahead to say alleged money laundering Malami son docked remanded in prison. Page 6. Amotekun nabs 39 terror suspects fleeing Sokoto in Ondo.
I must really say, no, the Amotekun, right from the creation of this, group, I think this is the best thing the state of Oyo, did, having to and this Amotekun actually made me believe in state policing. That state policing, can actually work. I must say they're really, really, really doing a good job. When they're out there, they get it right. And for you to think that this is actually local people, that actually come together to actually form their own, police. So I must really give it to them. I'm not surprised in any way. I'm not surprised. They are always showing up. And that's why you hardly hear, crazy things when it comes to Ibadan.
Right.
Yeah.
So pretty much it goes on to say CBN projects 4.49% economic growth, $51 billion reserves for 2026. Projects 12.4% inflation rate, 34.6% debt to GDP.
Let's see how that goes.
That's going to be something to look out for. Right, look out for, as the case may be. Then down here it says 2027, we won't allow another mistake in Rivers State. Wike. I thought Wike
should rest now.
Says we won't allow another mistake in Rivers, says Wike. And here it says how Nigerians paid more for data calls despite network disruption. Page 8. AFCON, Super Eagles cruise on, make it 3 wins from 3. Super Eagles cruise on, make it 3 wins from 3.
That's the Vanguard actually have. There's something about the Vanguard that I like to say. They know how to make you get a knack of what the story is about just from looking at the headlines, and they know how to keep it really, really packed. Interesting headlines. But fortunately, we have to move on to our next segment right here on the Breakfast Show. Thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. And of course, you're still watching the BusinessDay television breakfast show. And coming up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. Transgrid Enerco Limited has completed the acquisition of a 60% controlling interest in a coal electricity distribution company in a transaction valued at about 360 billion naira. And according to reports, multiple sources with direct knowledge of the deal confirmed the development. The transaction, which was initially expected to close by April 2025, was finalized on December 30th, making it one of the largest privately negotiated takeovers in Nigeria's electricity distribution sector since the 2013 privatization. Sources familiar with the transaction revealed that Transgrid and NACO made an upfront cash payment of 180 billion naira, while the remaining 180 Still on, Nigeria's banking sector has recorded a rise in non-performing loans to an estimated 7.00%, breaching the prudential limit of 5.00% following the withdrawal of the regulatory forbearance measures introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Apex Bank disclosed this in its 2026 macroeconomic outlook for Nigeria published on its website on Tuesday, noting that the increase in NPLs reflects the impact of tighter regulatory conditions as banks adjust to post-forbearance environment. The CBN warned the rise in NPLs pose a direct threat to banks' profitability, credit availability, and overall risk-bearing capacity, underscoring the need to sustain measures that prevent further deterioration in asset quality. The bank added that a worsening NPL profile could weaken banks' balance sheets, impair asset quality, and potentially trigger systemic contagion across the financial system. And to end the news, protests and strikes in Iran over inflation and currency devaluation have spread from the capital, Tehran, to several other cities on a third day of unrest. The protest began on Sunday after shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar staged a strike when the Iranian rial hit a record low against the US dollar on the open market. According to reports, verified videos have since then showed demonstrations in cities of Karaj, Hamadan, Kawashim, Malad, Isfahan, Kamashashan, Siraz, and Yazd, while police were also seen using tear gas in an attempt to disperse demonstrators. The Iranian government, however, said it recognizes the protest and would listen with patience, even if it is confronted with harsh voices. President Masoud Pezeshkian said he had instructed the Interior Minister to hold talks with what he described as representatives of the protesters so that measures could be taken to resolve the problems and act responsibly. And still to come after this break, how tech communities are powering Africa's startup growth. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Technology communities are fast becoming one of the strongest engines driving Africa's startup ecosystem. From shared knowledge and mentorship to access to tools, talent, and funding opportunities, these communities are lowering entry barriers and accelerating innovation across the continent. As startups navigate challenges such as limited capital, skills gaps, and market access, tech communities are stepping in to provide collaboration, learning, and support systems that help founders build skill and compete globally. This morning, we explore how tech communities are powering Africa's startup growth, the real impact they are having, and what this means for the future of entrepreneurship on the continent. And joining us is Deborah Omotara. She's the community coordinator, No Code Africa. Good morning, Deborah. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Hello, Deborah. How are you doing?
I'm very well.
Thank you so much for having me this morning. Such a pleasure to be here.
All right, to start off, how would you define a tech community and why have they become so important to Africa's startup ecosystem?
Okay. First of all, I'll start by saying Africa itself originated from building small communities. And we have this popular saying that says it takes a community to actually raise a child. So it's not something that just started like newly, or it's not like a new technology. It's just, riding on an existing system that we have in Africa that is becoming beneficial, especially in the tech ecosystem. So a tech community basically is a place where like-minded persons who are in tech, sometimes not every tech community comprises of tech people. There are also people who are aspiring enthusiasts who are part of this community to develop themselves. One way or the other, individuals in a community can affect the decisions you make, the choices you make. It's just a cultural thing, and that is why it exists in the tech ecosystem now. So the tech ecosystem is like the global village, on your mobile phones or whatever medium that is being used. So it's a global village in our mobile phones.
From your experience, what specific gaps are tech communities filling that the traditional institutions or systems have struggled with?
Okay, yeah, the major gap that these communities are actually creating is they are filling the gap of a sense of belonging. I will take, for instance, okay, I bought this new, maybe let me use a new product, for instance, and I don't know how to figure it out. And I just go to this tech community and I'm like, oh, hello, anyone who is available, can you please help me figure this out? And they're like, oh, I've used the same product. I've used this product before, and they provide solutions, they provide opportunities, they provide a manual that probably was given to you, but you don't have, you cannot understand it, you can't figure it out. The tech community provides a guide, a sense of belonging, a sense of sharing the same passion, the same hope. Oh, I've gone through this process before. I've been through this path before. I've tried this system before and it works. Okay, let me put you through. It provides a sort of guidance that the traditional institution does not provide. Naturally, in traditional institutions, what you get is maybe a level advisor, a course rep that is probably not readily available to help you, guide you through, in some instances. Or let's even talk about the big world. There are few mentors who have your time to respond to you. But when you have a tech community, a community of people who you can always call on to at any time, at any day, even if it's 12 a.m., you are trying to debug a code, there's someone there. So it brings that immediate action, immediate support for individuals who are building the same thing, who are building the same common goal. Another thing that this brings is it brings opportunity. Tech communities bring a lot of opportunities for individuals, opportunities that you might not come across by just scrolling through social media. In tech communities, you will see that opportunities are being shared from direct employers, indirect employers, from employees of other companies who are trying to get other people on board. So it's a robust place of opportunity that goes beyond just social media, that goes beyond cloud. It's more intimate, it's more dedicated and focused towards growth. So yes, it has a lot of advantages and it fills a lot of gap that traditional institutions are not providing right now.
So how do these communities help early stage founders? How do they help them move from, ideas to viable businesses?
The first step for every founder is actually to test your ideas. And if you want to test an idea, you need people. So imagine you are in a tech community of about 50 people and you need 50 people to test your ideas. What is your first step? Reach out to your tech community and you get response, get feedback from them, honest, brutal. It helps you as a founder. So you are not taking time or going to meet people to fill survey forms or wasting money on market survey from an agency that is telling you, okay, bring 500,000 naira for market survey, then we can conclude. With a tech community, as a founder, if you have an idea, you can put it out there to get people to come on board with you, to be your first testers, to be your first customers. So as a founder, you are not alone. You are not alone building. So if there are other people that have probably built that same product before, or that have expertise in building that same product, you will see them reaching out to you. So the tech community helps founders to first, test the market, evaluate their processes. It also helps them to define the better way to carry out, the product they're about to launch, or even if they have launched the product, they can also have insight into what other customers think, a direct feedback. So this is not you running ads, waiting for people to just turn up. You get instant customers, instant users, people who are ready to actually use your product. So for founders, it's a whole game changer, because they don't have to do the traditional method of going out, carrying flyers, trying to validate a product. But with a community that is strongly behind you, you can actually test your product, validate, get the details, immediate feedback and responses at a go. So for founders, it is a very, very great opportunity for them when they belong to tech communities.
Can you help us share real life examples of how community-driven learning or collaboration, like you call it, has led to successful startups or innovations?
Okay, so for instance, at No Code Africa, our community is actually built to help people, young founders who can also code, to start up their businesses as soon as possible. So the thing about tech enthusiasts is that not all of them are are business gurus as the way they are tech gurus. So they still need the assistance or the expertise of other persons who are in marketing, who are in sales, who are in business strategy, and all the other parts of the business. So life scenario is sometimes we have a particular product which recently launched, Creda. It's not out yet, but they're still working on it. This product started from the no-code community. So the founders started this idea, put it out, requested people who are interested to join this project, and people turned out. In the process of building this project, we had feedback sessions, we had times where they would come to the community to actually review their process, to review, okay, how do we want to launch out to the market? How do we raise funds? What should be our business model? So rather than just saying, okay, you want to do this on your own, as a founder, as a tech person, okay, you have built a product, you need the expertise of other people. So from the experiences other people in the community had to say, like individuals, okay, we can do it this way, why don't we do it this way? So it was different perspective, like a variety, spice of life. This person is saying, oh, let's try option A. This person is saying, let's try option B. Now, where the conclusion comes and where it becomes beneficial is after all this deliberation, then there is a consolidated effort, and then there's an action. So for founders, that's helped Creda to actually, move from just development to launch, and they'll be coming out by next year in 2026. So this is just one of the real life examples that we're talking about. So instead of paying for strategy sessions as founders, paying for expert ideas, it's fast track the entire process, and you can still understand your.
I hear you, Deborah. So beyond skills and networking, how are tech communities influencing access to funding and also investment opportunities for startups?
Okay, so for tech communities, yes, they provide opportunities, and like I mentioned earlier, direct opportunities are being shared in tech communities, but access to funding now determines majorly on individual founder and how far they are able to carry themselves. A community can carry you, share opportunities to you. They can share upcoming pitch events, a lot of hackathons coming up. They can share all of those things. But to actually assess funding, right, it comes directly from the efforts that the founder is ready to put in. Let me take, for example, if a community comes together and sponsor a particular child, let's say from a community where there has not been any graduates, the sponsoring, the money is not the determinant of the child's success. It is the child being dedicated, being intentional, and say, okay, I'm going to school as the only person doing this in my community, and I want to come out outstanding. Most times, there are opportunities being shared in communities like this, but founders sometimes are reluctant. So tech communities provide all the opportunities you can need to access funding. I mean, we have gone as far as collating the list of companies, institutions, VC, angel investors, and other investors who are interested, in investing in this particular product. But it all boils down to the founders to actually do the work to access this funding.
How do no-code tools, AI, and emerging technologies play within these communities in lowering the barriers to entry?
Please, can you come again with the question? Sorry, I didn't get that.
So I said, what role do no-code tools and also AI and the emerging technologies play within these communities in lowering the barriers to entry?
Okay, so traditional coding usually takes about 3 to 6 months, right? If you have the funding and you have the capacity to actually build, you can actually build within 3 months. But when it comes to AI and no-code tools, it is faster. In 1 month, you can get your products out. So it's this way you can test your products faster than using 3 months to build, paying subscriptions, and then you realize that this product is not viable. So no-code AI, which just being right here as I'm sitting, someone can complete an entire website just with this same minutes I'm talking. So AI has, made things faster. So if you're saying, oh, you want to do an e-commerce website, okay, try it out. Build it in the next 3 hours, launch it, reach out to people, and see how it works. So AI and no-code has made things faster, easier, because now you don't need all the technologies. You don't even need to pay some large amount of cloud storage fees to start your business. So for AI, it's going to transform things, especially for founders, because the time frame, which most investors don't have for you to build your products, to do this, is going to be shortened. So once the time frame for you to build your product is shortened, then opportunity for funding is there, opportunity for investment is there, because you're able to launch faster and with better insights into what your product will deliver.
Right, so many young Africans feel tech is too complex or inaccessible. So how are communities changing this perception?
The truth is, I feel access is a mentality. It's actually a mentality. If you feel this is something you do not want to have access to, then it happens that nothing works in that favor. If people right there in villages in Borno, even with the challenges in Kaduna, are building tech solutions. I have a friend, part of, not directly with no-code, but he's building a product right there from Kaduna State. He's building a recyclable, will I call it, a storage where people can recycle, and he's building an app where you can send your bottle and you can track the process. Like it's very seamless. And we know what recycling is talking about right now, in the ecosystem, real life, and everything is rapidly changing. Now, if people in those kind of locations can have access to technology, can be innovative, AI is here to make that easier. So with AI, if you have data, if you have YouTube, if you have guidance, you can launch, you can go as far as accessing all the details that you need to build an entire product. So tech is not inaccessible. It is not complex. You just need, time. That as young people, we always say we don't have time. But if you dedicate at least a month to tech, learning it, using tutorials, using tech communities, meeting people, you'll be able to transform yourself. So it is not about locking yourself out. Oh, I live in Osun State. Oh, I can't access tech. I live in Akure, or I live in Lagos. there's no lights in my area. No, once you have a mobile device, AI is right there with your phone. You can speak to Gemini, you can speak with ChatGPT. These things are everywhere. So it is not inaccessible anymore in 2025 and even going to 2026. You just need the right tools and to make good use of your time as young persons to access what you think is inaccessible.
Tell us about the challenges the tech communities themselves face in having to sustain impact and also scaling across regions.
Okay, so most times, for my experience with tech communities is that as much as we pour in our communities, sometimes people get lazy, honestly, and so it makes it very hard for us to, track progress, to track individuals that are really scaling. Because sometimes when they join communities like this, they come with so much enthusiasm. And in the first 3 months, they are doing very well. We can see how much interest they have in this. But over, a few months, I don't know if it's the young energy spirit, maybe people get tired of what they're doing, or they just feel like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Tech takes time, right? And you just need that time to hit it right. And if you hit it right, it becomes a good news. So, but one of the things that people are not, that people do not individually invest in is accountability, which now affects tech community owners in tracking progress, in tracking results. So this is not saying that everything boils down on the individual, even if it does really. But when you invest as a tech community owner, you invest in searching for opportunities for individuals, you invest in sharing materials, you invest in mentorship, you invest in all of these things. As you get to a point where you feel you have done it all for this individual, and then after 3 months, the individual disappears. So the major issue now is the accountability. So when somebody stops being accountable to a tech community, it becomes very difficult to actually track real progress and be able to even connect them to other opportunities. So it's a two-way thing. As much as tech communities provide opportunities, individuals, it still boils down on individuals to become the best version of themselves by taking up these opportunities and investing in it and doing it for themselves.
So how do you think government and also corporate and educational institutions can better support and also collaborate with tech communities?
The first thing that we need right now is infrastructure. We need a lot of infrastructure because recently a lot of businesses who even receive funding have been falling apart because there is no solid infrastructure to build this tech ecosystem. The likes of the Western and even Chinese products that we see they launch, they already have an existing infrastructure. I mean, financial infrastructure, educational infrastructure, and other infrastructure that can even aid tech products to scale. So government needs to invest in infrastructure. Let's say, for example, we've not seen government come up with, workspaces that allow tech people to go there and use for free. These are things that in other countries you see them available. Governments can just designate a building or two in maybe universities where, of course, there are many young people in a few locations that requires this infrastructure for people to actually go there, because we know they cannot fix the light issues right now, and which is a major problem that we are facing. But if there are other infrastructure that can serve as a supplement for individuals, because even as a tech community owner, what we hear majorly from builders is that, oh, there have not been light for the past 3 months, I can't sustain the fuel fees, these are excuses that if the government provides the right infrastructure for, we won't be having these excuses. People will go limitless. People will be able to do things beyond just their normal imagination. So if we have infrastructure, and also if the government needs to reduce the bottleneck in the bureaucratic system. There are individuals in our tech community coming up with ideas that can change our health sector, that can change our educational sector, but the bottleneck and bureaucracy is too much. So this is a major constraint that the government needs to look at to change things for young people. When you go to these offices and you're telling them, oh, you're building this product, sometimes we go out with some of our community members to try and help them speak with stakeholders and all. And then when you reach there, the first thing is you have to, of course, bribe your way, which is very, very, very abnormal. Even if you have made it normal in Nigeria, you have to bribe your way through. Then you also have to start explaining, and then at the end of the day, they will tell you, these are just young people ideas, just rest, the government will do it. When will the government actually do it? So the government is what we say in Nigeria, but I believe that if the government puts in some efforts to change things for individuals, especially in the tech space, Nigeria will be better right now than where we are currently, in innovation. So if there are more infrastructure, there's more funding even from the government, because we've not really seen a lot of funding from governments. Majority of the funding apart from government is between 1 million to 2 million, which is not even enough to fund the app you are building, in terms of finances. So it's a lot, but I think the three major things that the government should invest in is remove the bottlenecks in the bureaucratic offices. We need to look at that. Even as individuals working in government sectors, you should look at not limiting the ideas that come from young people. Also increase funding. We have a lot of money flowing everywhere. We have Dangote, the like of Dangote, the like of Elumelu is already doing very great with Tony Elumelu Foundation, but we can have other banks, have other private individuals doing these things, especially the government, and also infrastructure that can make tech innovation limitless and more people can innovate it, because of course there's availability of infrastructure and resources.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Deborah Omotara, she's the community coordinator for No Code Africa. It's really good to have you on the Business Morning.
Thank you so much for having me, Deborah.
All right, still to come after the break, digital marketplaces and the future of Africa's creative economy. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for today. Africa's creative economy is undergoing a quiet but powerful transformation as music, film, fashion, and live entertainment continue to gain global attention. Digital marketplaces are emerging as infrastructure, enabling creators to turn talent into sustainable businesses. By connecting creators directly with clients, audiences, and partners, these platforms are improving discovery, simplifying payment, and expanding access to local and global markets. In an environment where many creatives have traditionally operated informally, digital marketplaces are helping to professionalize the sector and unlock new economic value. This morning, we examine digital marketplaces and the future of Africa's creative economy, exploring how technology is reshaping opportunities for creators and what this means for growth, jobs, and investment. Joining us is Samuel Ngadi, is a SaaS technology adoption expert based in London, UK. Good morning, Samuel. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. So how would you describe a digital marketplace, and why is it particularly relevant to Africa's creative economy today?
I think keeping it very simple and initially, I mean, it's a marketplace, except that it sits on digital channels, right? So think about all of the characteristics of your typical marketplace. We have the digital marketplace has that and a lot more, in being that it sits on digital platforms. It's able to keep more data. It's able to keep accurate records of all transactions and have an audit trail. So essentially, a digital marketplace is that point that connects the supply and demand of creative talent within the context of the creative economy. But more broadly, it's a point of connection between supply and demand of digital products and digital services.
So what major challenges do creative face that digital platforms are now helping to resolve or solve?
I think one of the big challenges that creatives in Africa face is the challenge of discovery. And so we have a lot of talent on the continent, but because of the way the industry has been historically, it's not easy to find that talent. It's not easy to find the creative assets that are needed per time. And what these platforms are doing with the growing adoption of mobile technologies in Africa and our continent, we're seeing marketplaces spring up to allow for supply, for the demand for creativity to reach the supply. And so it's helping with discovery, it's helping with monetization of our talent, of our cultural assets as a continent. It's also helping with distribution as well. So we have creative products digital products that are created in Africa, but are potentially able to reach a consumer in another part of the world. And this is only possible because we have digital marketplaces that exist today.
Your experience, how are marketplaces changing the way creatives find work and also monetize their talent?
So, like I mentioned earlier on, we have these marketplaces that are built for specific purposes. And so what they're doing is they're actually shifting the power dynamic in the creator-consumer transaction to more towards the creatives. And so creatives are now able to clearly specify the type of value they want to deliver, the type of content they want to produce, because they know that there would be a nuanced market that is interested in that type of content, whether it's a movie, whether it's music, whether it's live entertainment, or whether it's fashion or the gaming space. We're seeing these markets better able to allow creatives to express themselves freely, for giving that freedom of expression, which is very critical to originality of content, and which is something that we have loads of in Africa's continent.
So how important are trust, payment, and also transparency in building successful creative marketplaces in Africa?
I think we're talking about an industry here where trust is low, where a lot of the transactions are driven by word of mouth, and then where we have lots of gatekeepers, right? So, and the reason why these kind of fragmented setups existed in the first place is because of a lack of trust. Now, what these platforms are doing is allowing every transaction, every single kobo, every single dollar to land correctly on the creator or to the creator, or allowing every money spent by a consumer to deliver the value that they required. So we have these platforms that people can log into, they can see reviews, they can see ratings, and they know exactly what they're getting even before they go into a transaction, even before they go into request a service. And that is one way of building trust. I think with having the payment infrastructure, which Africa FinTech environment has seen grow over the last couple of years, we're seeing a lot more transparency in how the transactions are executed. We're seeing platforms that are allowing for contracts to be created and negotiated and dispute resolutions to be resolved amicably, leveraging data, but also leveraging audit trails and history of transactions. I think the key challenges that the creative industry has faced prior to now is a lot of, like I said, word of mouth. A lot of the transactions are happening very informally, and it's leading to less transparency. But with these platforms, with the digital marketplaces, we're seeing more transparency, and which is building trust and of course driving payments. And of course the heartbeat of creative trade or digital service exchange is is in payments, and we're seeing this done more efficiently on digital marketplaces.
So what role does technology play in formalizing what has, traditionally been an informal creative sector?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's informal. I mean, it's like basically technology is turning hustle into commerce, into professionalizing what previously people would describe as a hustle. And this is only happening again through these platforms because we're standardizing discovery, we're standardizing the distribution, we're standardizing payment process, and we're providing analytics to track performance, to track pricing, and to track management of rights, for example, and all the different units of economics that are part of the creative process. And what this is doing is basically allowing creatives to see that they can take their talent beyond talent. They can make it more bankable. They can predict their income. They can be more visible, and they can repeat the process because there's data backing what they've done to date. And that's very important for the growth of any industry. We've seen how data has driven other industries, and I mean, it goes without saying that the same can apply and should apply in the creative industry.
Do you think digital marketplaces can help African creatives compete more effectively on a global stage? And how do you think that is possible?
100%. And we're already seeing this in the movies and the music industry today, where a lot of our African originated talents are kind of making waves and building diaspora fan bases and getting loads of viewership in the diaspora. This is thanks to a huge African diaspora community, but also thanks to the level of influence that we are now kind of asserting or exerting internationally. And because again, these marketplaces exist digitally, the only, I guess, barrier to entry would be a user, a consumer, being able to download an app or go to a website or have access to data. And again, looking internationally and looking at the global stage, this isn't typically a challenge on that front. And so we're seeing platforms that are making our African content more globally accessible, exporting our catalogs, exporting our talent, our skills, our stories as well, and connecting creators to audiences internationally. I think, and again, this touches on the point of distribution, which is one of the key pillars that digital marketplaces allow to enable, rather, in addition to that discovery. So with the discovery being the first step, then distributing the content, distributing the digital services and digital products that we are creating from our continent is made possible at a large scale and consistently over digital marketplaces.
So what lessons can founders learn from building platforms focused on creatives rather than traditional enterprise?
I mean, like I said initially, these marketplaces, what they are doing so well is rebalancing power in favor of creatives. Historically, as a creative in Africa, and I dare say, especially in Nigeria, from personal experience as well, you're getting your jobs, you're getting your gigs, you're getting work through like gatekeepers, through a promoter, through a word of mouth, through informal networks. Today, digital marketplaces are turning talents into like a discoverable inventory. And what that means is a creative can be found, can be booked, can be reviewed. The content can be found, can be booked, can be reviewed. You can drop a comment, you can drop a like, and people can kind of see, based on that trail, they can make a decision on what to do, whether to consume that content, whether to consume that product or that service or not. And so basically, it's these platforms as a builder and as a creative in this space, it's reducing the distance to market. Like I said, it's also allowing creatives to standardize their pricing signals for platforms that enable pricing. It's reducing friction of payment friction because we're embedding financial tools and payment services. It's making creatives move from just creating based on vibes, to being more predictable, to looking at what the audience wants to see and how they want to see it and when they want to see it. And this is making creativity a lot more data driven. The biggest change is also, I would say, these platforms are doing, are enabling, is removing a middleman, because now, I mean, creatives can go directly to the consumer, and they're not waiting for people to pick them. They're putting themselves out there, and that's very, very important. Like I said, shifting the dynamic of how the industry operates prior to now.
So what risk or limitations should creatives and platform builders be mindful of as these marketplaces grow?
I mean, with the growth of these marketplaces, creators can start to lose their creativity and start to rely more on algorithms or on AI or on kind of what worked before, as opposed to still keeping the creative, keep leveraging their creativity, right? And I think these platforms are unfortunately driving this change in behavior, and so creatives need to be very conscious of that. That's the risk on the creative side, but also challenges such as cybersecurity, cyber risk, intellectual property enforcement. They're huge challenges that can affect trust and confidence and earnings on these platforms. It's very important to protect the growth of these platforms, and as a builder of a digital marketplace, but also as a creative working on it or positioning themselves in a digital marketplace, we need to be very mindful of this and take necessary steps to ensure that we're not only guarding our creativity, but we're also protecting against piracy. But the platforms as well are also protecting against piracy, cybersecurity risk, and AI infringement and all of that.
Policymakers, investors, and private sector players support the growth of Africa's creative digital economy.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I lost you briefly.
Okay, I said, how can policymakers, also investors, private sector players, how do you think they can support the growth of Africa's creative digital economy?
I mean, a lot of growth in industry generally relies heavily on funding and capital, and I think it's very important to have, from the investor side of things, investors looking at not just the output of the creativity, but also looking at the infrastructure and the platforms and the marketplaces and investing in these platforms, because these are what will drive the future of the industry. Looking at statistics, for example, the Africa's creative industries is valued at close to $50 billion now, but we are, even at that huge valuation, we're only about 3% of the global industry. And what that means is that there is a lot of growth, yes, but there's still a lot of headroom to grow more. And I think investors, picking on investors right now, can look at these numbers and these metrics and tailor their investment plans and their investment to the right profile of infrastructure providers and platform providers that will drive the growth of the future of the industry, of the creative economy. I think policymakers as well, we've seen a lot of conversation happen with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement around creating a centralized digital service for African digital trade and intellectual property rules, to reduce friction with payments cross-border, for example, which is a challenge that the Free Trade Agreement is looking to resolve. And I think it's very important to go beyond the draft, which we currently have now, to actually implementing these policies and operationalizing the policies in a way that can actually drive results, but also in a way that doesn't stagnate the creators or the creatives. I think, and then on the private sector as well, I think a lot can be done, and a lot is already being done by the private sector. I think arguably a lot of the growth we've seen is I mean, don't get me wrong, there's the role that industries that investors and policymakers have played today, but I believe, and I do think a lot of the growth has been driven by private sector, and I think this should be encouraged.
All right, finally, looking ahead, what does the future hold for Africa's creative economy as more creators adopt digital marketplaces?
I mean, I think the future is definitely bright. Like I said just a few moments ago, there's a lot of headroom for growth. We're talking about an industry that's projected to grow to up to 100 billion, and we're currently within the Africa context at least, we're currently valued at 50 billion. So I think there's a lot of headroom for growth. Creators should continue to adopt these digital platforms because they provide, like I said, tools to allow them to get discovered, not just locally, but also globally. They provide tools that allow them to monetize their talent and their creativity and give, flexible pricing, different payment models that allow them to actually turn their hustle or their side hustles, like we call them, into kind of more main hustles or into more professional or even careers, right? So I think the future of the creative economy is, as more creators continue to adopt digital marketplaces, is better monetization, more contribution to GDP as well, and unlocking the value that we have in our continent, our culture. Our culture is beautiful. Our cultural story is one that we need to explore a lot deeply, and this can only happen within the creative industry, which is a good thing, really. And I think as we explore our cultural side, we're not only creating and selling or exporting our culture, our digital services, we're also banking it, because it's ultimately making money. It's creating domestic product and money in the pockets of the creators, which is always a good thing, I think. So I think ultimately the future is bright. The future is very encouraging. I think investors can look to the African creative industry and see an industry that is growing, an industry that is ripe for investment, and an industry that will yield returns if invested in correctly.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Samuel Ngadi is a SaaS technology adoption expert based in London, UK. It's really good to have you on Business Morning.
Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure, Deborah.
And that's been our focus today on Business Morning, how tech communities are powering Africa's startup growth and also digital marketplaces and the future of Africa's creative economy. And that's the much we have for you. Up next is the big story. To stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And you're welcome back. This is the Big Story segment, and we move to our conversation where President Bola Tinubu's approval of a sweeping write-off of NNPC's limited legacy debt over 1.42 billion US dollars and 5.57 trillion naira has ignited debate. Is this fiscal housekeeping a bailout or a revenue shock? This morning on the Big Story segment of our breakfast show, we unpack the implications of these decisions for FAC allocation, transparency reforms, and Nigeria's energy future and intergovernmental finances nationwide today ahead. And joining is Dikbo Oladende, is the head desk, BusinessDay Energy Desk. Good morning, Dikbo. It's good to have you on the Big Story.
Yeah, good morning, Debbie, and compliments on the season.
And let's go straight into the conversation. What exactly were the legacy debts written off? And how did they accumulate across PSCs, DSTP, JV royalties, and crude liftings?
Okay, so again, thank you once again for having me. And so this is a very significant development for NNPC, and this is accumulation of debts, not just from 1 year, for about 3, 4, 5, or 6 years, as the case may be. And we need to address why they are doing this, first of all, before we break down into how these debts piled up for all of this, for this much. So let's not forget that NNPC is trying to achieve initial public offer. They are trying to list on the London Stock Exchange, and then, of course, list on the Nigerian Stock Exchange as well. Now, for you to list on this London Stock Exchange, I mean, it's a very tedious process. And one of the things that must be addressed is issues around legacy debts. So if you have had a compilation of debts that perhaps these are bad debts that you've struggled to account for during the course of the year. So one of the things that can be responsible for these debts is, for instance, if, by the time you are trying to go into the field, oil price was probably around $60, $70. And then by the time you're actually doing the actual production, or by the time you start doing the heavy lifting, oil price would have dropped to around $30, $40. I mean, all of this would lead to a compilation of debt. Because one of the things in the energy sector is not all state oil companies that do practice the act of hedging, where you would put something like an insurance structure that would adjust for issues that would happen when crude oil prices goes down. So what we do notice is anytime there's volatility in crude oil prices, of course, you lead to compilation of debt. Anytime there's disruption in your pipelines, or anytime some of your oil producing assets are not producing or are not working at full capacity, all of these things, somebody has to bear the burden of this. Somebody has to pay the price for all of this. And this is all of the debts that have accumulated over a period of time. And so at some point, the government government accountants and NNPC must have sat down and said, look, some of these debts is difficult to track. It's difficult to say, okay, this is how we can adjust for this, because, I mean, times have changed, events have overtaken it. A lot of structures have also moved on as well. And for the first time, NNPC is trying to run as a limited liability company. So let's not forget that before the advent of the PIE, NNPC was running mainly as a government company where anything flies. But now the company is trying to work like a proper company now, where all of their profits will be accounted for, all of their assets will be accounted for, all of their liabilities will be accounted for. What that means is if your profits or if your revenue cannot take care of your expenses, then there's no point going into all of those expenses. All of these things were not being done before, and is the road towards operating as a full limited liability company, and then is the road towards making sure that the company is listed on the London Stock Exchange and then, of course, the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
So does this write-off amount to a bailout of NNPC Limited or a necessary reconciliation to clean up legacy accounts?
Are you coming again?
So I said, does this write-off actually amount to a bailout of NNPC Limited, or do you think it's a necessary reconciliation to clean up the legacy accounts?
I think it's more of the latter, really. It's more of a reconciliation of accounts, really. Like I said, some of these debts took place before the company became a limited liability company. Before, the company was a state-owned company where the government is in charge fully. And, it's like the government, when a government is in charge of a company, the sole aim of that companies, not necessarily to generate profits, is to provide essential services, right? So that will be the priority of a government-owned company. But if a company is transiting from a government-owned company to a limited liability company, then the fundamental values have changed. Your priority is no longer providing services. Your priority is now profits. Your priority is now breaking even. Your priority is now making sure that the company is run in an efficient manner, or in a manner that can basically appeal or make shareholders of the company happy. And that's where this company is transiting to, because it's coming from a past. It's like, so all of these debts are like baggages from a old relationship with under its previous structure of a government-owned company. So now the government is moving into a new, the company has transited into a new structure. And the government is like, okay, so all of your past sins are forgiven, because you can't operate efficiently well in this new structure if you are still carrying baggages of the old relationship or the old structure. And so that's what has transpired now in terms of what we are currently witnessing.
How will the debt cancellation affect FAC distributable revenue and near-term allocation to state and also the local government?
So if you look at the impact on FAC, really, it's not because FAC it's a monthly meeting where the 36 states sit down together and share whatever government must have made during the course of the months, during the course of the quarter, or during the course of the year. And these debts we are talking about now are old debts. Some of them are as far back as 2016, 2017, when crude oil prices went down and a lot of things happened during all of those periods. And so it's difficult to assume that incidents that is occurring in those years will have a multiplier effect on future occurrence now. So like I said, these debts are with the past. And because they are with the past, they can't really affect the present, or they can't affect the future in terms of FAC allocation. Where they can affect the present is where, so if you are trying to list, for instance, or if you are trying to do IPO and auditors are going through your books and they look at all of these debts, I mean, not many people would want to be confident enough to pump money in that company, because they'll look, okay, you have a lot of bad debts that you are yet to adjust for, you are yet to take care of. So the essence of government clearing out these debts is to make sure that the company is properly structured, and to make sure that all of its baggages from when it was operating as a government-owned company is not affecting the financial viability of the company going forward. And then, of course, it will have no effect on FAC allocations, because FAC allocations have remained steady, or nothing has always touched them, because, I mean, they are independent of whatever happens with NNPC. So this issue of clearing debts is an NNPC's mess, not necessarily a mess that it translates to FAC or other revenue generating agencies.
So what safeguards are in place to prevent a recurrence of such large arrears under the current NNPC commercial model?
Okay, thanks. So one of the things we have now in place is, before now we don't have the PIA. So now we have a law now, the PIA, that is saying, the Petroleum Industry Act, that is making it compulsory for NNPC to be commercially viable. So right now, so there's a law that mandates NNPC to be a financial limited liability company. So what that means is profit becomes a priority, not providing shortfalls like subsidy or under recovery that we've seen in time past. Or for instance, there is a major shortfall. What we've noticed in the past is NNPC will bear the burden of it. And most times, because they are bearing the burden of it, nobody pays them back for it. All of that will not happen anymore. Going forward, if anybody cannot take care of itself, that structure will be shut down, which is why a lot of people are also having a conversation about the refineries, that it's time we sit down and say, okay, look, if the refineries are no longer commercially viable, is it the right time to sell it? And if we are selling it, are we selling everything, or we are selling stakes in it, while we are still owning certain stake just to protect our commercial interest in all of this? So you would see conversations that would be tailored towards the commercial viability of an NPC going forward. So first of all, there is a law in place which will protect investors' confidence. Secondly, is the fact that there's been a change really. NNPC is also not playing that role as the regulator anymore. So the regulator for the upstream sector is now NUPRC. The regulator of the downstream sector is now NMDPRA. And so all of these two agencies are independent of the NNPC. Before now, NNPC was playing all of these roles. NNPC was a regulator, NNPC was a company, NNPC was a player, NNPC was all of these things. But now there are structures in place that basically differentiate the role of the regulator, differentiate the role of a commercial viability company, and then differentiate the role of what the upstream should do and then what the downstream should do. So all of this is tailored towards making sure that NNPC is efficiently run, right? And now you look at the quality or the caliber of the people who are in charge. Either you look at the board of directors or you look at the management team of NNPC as the case may be. I mean, all of these people are, before now, what we usually have at this post are basically civil servants or people who are given positions in order to reward their political, whatever political advantage they must have brought to the ruling party. But now we've moved away from that. So now we have experienced people, we have people with international oil companies background who are basically managing the team and who are basically making sure that the team is well run in a commercially viable manner. So all of these things are good. They are moving in the right direction and good indicators that we won't be having the kind of things we've been seeing in the past going forward.
How transparent was the reconciliation process led by the NUPRC, and will the detailed schedules be publicly disclosed?
Well, again, you talk about, so the issue about transparency is the fact that the company is transiting basically, right? Now, these debts will have stayed there and nobody would have talked about it. And then when it comes to doing an IPO, international investors will be the one digging it out. So in terms of transparency of, I just think we need to trust the caliber of people who are running the agency now. Because I mean, these are people whose reputation are also at stake as well. It's like you've hired a cook to cook a meal for you, right? You can't, you trust that the cook will be able to know the right kind of salt to put in the meal. The cook should know the right kind of water that would make the food ready. And you give the cook the free will to cook the best meal that would make you happy. So it's the same thing. So it's expected that Nigerians will trust the caliber of people who have been, because like I said, these are technocrats. These are not politicians. These are people with pedigree. These are people with reputation. These are people with international experience. People who have worked for the biggest oil companies in the world. So you would want to trust their judgments on how they arrive at this debt value and how they're able to achieve a common ground where a certain amount of money was cancelled. And I think it's all in the best interest of Nigeria, really. But going forward, I think the management team is well respected in the oil and gas industry. And for the first time, there's a bit of confidence in the people who are running NNPC that the oil and gas sector is on the right track for the first time in a long while, which is a big deal.
So how should policymakers address the fresh debt incurred between January and October 2025 to avoid another build-up?
So for debt of this year, again, the company is now a financially viable company. So we won't be seeing a kind of bailout that we've seen where the government is cancelling certain debts. I mean, there's no company in the world today that is not on debt. If you look at the biggest tech company, the biggest oil company, I mean, debt is part of business, really, right? The most important thing is to make sure that some of these debts do not go bad. And the most important thing is to make sure that the debts are recoverable debts that you can pump back into the business. So the idea of debt is not a bad thing. I'm not sure there's any successful company in Nigeria. Even some of the biggest or the most developed economies in the world also have huge amounts of debt as well. So in accounting, I mean, one of the basic things we learn there is the fact that debt is not a bad thing. The most important thing is what are you doing with these debts? Are these debts recoverable? What percentage of it ends up being a bad loan that you can't recover? And I think that's where the conversation needs to happen. So for any debt acquired in 2025, I'm sure there will be a structure in place to make sure that these debts will be well adjusted for. Where the problem would be if all of these debts turn bad, or if a large chunk of them are not recoverable, then it's going to be a different conversation altogether.
So what does this decision signal to investors about fiscal discipline, regulatory oversight, and reforms in the Nigeria's energy sector?
Can you come again? Hello?
What does this decision signal to investors about fiscal discipline, also regulatory oversight and reforms in the Nigeria's energy sector?
I mean, all of these are part of the reforms, right, that are needed to move, especially the oil and gas sector, because the oil and gas sector have been opaqued for a long period of time, where we've been having a conversation about listing NNPC on even a local stock exchange, even in the Nigerian stock exchange for a very long time. And this is the first time we seem to be moving away from baby steps to actual steps, which is a good thing. So, I mean, all of these are tailored towards the kind of reforms that you would expect in the oil and gas sector. And it's a welcome development, because let's not forget that the end goal for canceling these debts is to make sure that the company is ready for IPO. At the moment NNPC is listed, it becomes more transparent. It becomes a role model for other sectors of the economy that, look, if NNPC can achieve this, then nothing is stopping anybody from achieving, or from any government agency from achieving whatever they want to achieve. Because one of the biggest challenges that I've often faced in most ministries and government agencies is the fact that they are not run efficiently well. Majority of them are still being seen as a social services firm or social services company. You look at the power sector, for instance, it's difficult to break even because there's still a lot of interventions, there's still a lot of subsidies, there's still a lot of government hand coming into that sector. But the moment the government remove its hands, and investors are always advocated for the fact that governments have no business being in business. The role of government is to create a level playing ground, act as the middleman or the regulator to make sure that qualities are there, to make sure that standards are kept high. And then every other person should just be a player. The government has no business being a player in a sector that is also regulating as well. So one of the reforms we are looking at is NNPC should not be a regulator. NNPC should be a commercially viable company, and it should compete, right? So if there is a oil block available, NNPC should be competing for that oil block. The same way Shell is competing, the same way ExxonMobil is competing, and then the best person is able to win. So the point is, all of this is it's moving towards the right direction of making sure that NNPC is financially viable, the company is commercially driven, and then it can make more money and deliver more value to Nigeria's economy.
Finally, before I let you go, Dupo, who bears the true cost of the debt write-off, the government or ordinary Nigerian citizens?
Well, I mean, it's two-sided. So on one part, the government bears the burden of it, because all of this money are money that ought to have been paid to the federal government. So if this money are no longer paid, so the government takes bears the full responsibility of it. There are also conversations that if all of this money had been paid to the government, would it have been used to provide essential services that the people would need in terms of education, health, or quality infrastructure? Yes, that conversation is valid. But in terms of who bears the primary responsibility for it, the government, because it's less revenue for you. It's money that you ought to be using to develop your economy, you can't use it. But I mean, in all of this, these are short-term pain for long-term gain. Because if you don't bear this pain now and this debt just keeps compiling and they keep existing, because first of all, the government had made peace with the fact that, look, this money are not recoverable again. So there's no point trying to stall or trying to keep postponing it. Let's just agree now that this is a bad debt that will bear the burden of. And then let's look at how to prevent things like this going forward. So I think it's a good thing that they've admitted now at a early stage. And the next thing now is to make sure that NNPC is moving towards that financially viable part of being listed. Because if we can get 20% or 30% of NNPC listed, then we can start getting the kind of value that Aramco is delivering to the Saudi Arabia's economy, or the kind of value that other oil-producing countries are getting in terms of actual real value for their economy, in terms of what oil and gas can contribute.
Both for joining us in this conversation this morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you once again for having me.
And this is the much we can take on the big story. Up next is the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And you're welcome to Social Listening on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and right here with me is
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's go straight into the conversations Nigerians are engaging with online today. And the first conversation gaining attention is the implementation of 15 Naira charges for transactions above 10,000 Naira starting January 1st, 2026. In an email sent to customers on Tuesday, the United Bank for Africa, UBA, said the 15 Naira electronic money transfer levy on transfers will now be referred to as stamp duty across all financial institutions. The bank said it remains committed to transparency and keeping customers informed about changes that may affect their banking transactions. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this conversation. And the first reaction, we have Arakunriri. What a name. Almost sender will pay 15 Naira stamp duty starting January. That's new pain for anyone transferring regularly. Small money but frequent hits will feel like big loss by month end. Another reaction from Mizie, and Mizie says same tax law that tore Kenya apart has been introduced in Nigeria, and Nigerians are behaving like idiots. Let me hear you say you are the giant of Africa ever again. And Echo says, do you all now or know how much the government will be making from this every hour? We're talking over billions of naira, and still yet we still collect loans. I mean, all the money this country is making, where is it going to? So, of course, no one will take this lightly. I think it's the receiver, the people who don't get to send money but get to receive money, that would actually benefit from this. But like I said in the morning, before this new law, when I send you 10,000 and above, I'm deducted 15 naira. Yeah, also deducted 15 naira. So making it just the receiver or the sender rather, I think it's kind of fair, even though thinking about it, if I send money to every member of my family regularly, or let's say twice in a week, that simply means 15 naira is going to be taken away from me for every transaction that I actually, and I think this is just a call for girls to never send money to anybody. Don't send money.
Really want to receive money.
Really want to receive money. Please leave the sending of the money to the men.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think about this?
Well, I mean, already you've thrown in the gender what?
It's not gender. I'm just trying to make it easy for my people.
Well, for what it is, I would say, like they say, to each his own.
Yeah.
Right? And then, if men are supposed to be seen as providers, can we also be given the mantle of leadership too? So that we don't talk it back.
Wow, we are not talking about provider, not provider. 15 naira.
So I will tell you for a fact. If I have to, so I'm a businessman.
Yeah.
Yes, I know I'm a broadcaster journalist also, but I'm also a businessman. I'm thinking, if I have to send money to, Mr. ABC, right? Respectively, differently. I'm going to pay 150 naira out of my pocket.
Yeah.
And I'm asking myself a question. So, what is wrong with me saying, Kunle, that job you did for me was very nice. Please, when you're going to your house, drop by my house and collect your money.
How would you get the cash? You still deduct it.
You have to withdraw money.
Exactly.
I didn't see that one coming.
So everywhere they're taking your money from every angle. You can't run away from it.
So some will say when Nigeria happens to you, I will say let the tax or the so-called stamp duty, if it's going to run and run continuously, can we at least, for what is worth, on a serious note, can we be able to say this money is put into this infrastructure and that infrastructure, or put in place such a way that when there's an emergency, we can run to those funds and use them to sort things out. You see, when things happen and they say, oh, well, let's look up to God. I don't want to sound like an antichrist or sound like someone who is an atheist, but can we leave God out of it for once and now deal with the issue decisively?
But would you blame people
Well, yes.
when you're trying to like choke me and take my money from me? I have no other person to run to but to God.
Well, again, it shouldn't be like that, because I mean, for our judiciary is working as works very well. The legal angle work, 100%. You can take your plight to that point. If they allow us to protest, you can protest by giving information on time and say, look, we don't want this. But like the other guy rightly said there, this is what they did in Kenya, and it was a riot. I'm not trying to instigate a riot, but let's ask the questions Nigerians want to ask. What are the questions? One, are we going to survive it? Two, don't forget that apart from the fact that they are charging 15 naira, the bank is also collecting money for SMS that they send to you, although it's optional. And that optional area now is where you now create what we call indemnity. Should you say, I don't want text messages, and run the risk of some fraud start somewhere stealing your money and you not being aware, only to realize, wait a minute, I got this email for something that happened 4 days ago. If you opt only email without text message, so they already collect your money. They're collecting your money already from that angle as bank charges. Now the extra 15 naira plus the 20% tax that's coming next year. What else is coming our way? Would we finally see the last straw that break the camel's back? He said Nigerians should breathe a breath of fresh air. Let the poor breathe. Are we going to breathe well next year, which is tomorrow?
With this news, are you sure you're going to breathe well? And this is just to let you all know that, if you have anyone named Valentine Uyinka or Kayode Alabi, just so they are not sending you any money.
Please send me money. Send me money, and I will pay for you.
They are not good.
I'm receiving gifts at the moment.
Did I mention your name?
I'm receiving gifts.
Those that I mentioned.
Nigeria happened to me today, so I'm receiving gifts, please.
Okay, he's receiving gifts because Nigeria happened to him today. Anyways, let's see how this 15 naira charges is actually going to unfold if Nigerians would actually accept it. But looking at it, do you think this is actually going to reduce the way people actually save their money in the banks or make use of bank transfers? Because Nigerians are just starting to get receptive of the fact that you can actually use technology to save your money, and now that they've got to the point where this is actually like good, you can actually this can work. You're now bringing all of this ways to actually collect their money from them. So do you think this is going to increase the rate at which people save money traditionally, and that's in their homes, under their beds, or burying the money?
So economically, what this means on a serious note is that if you get this stamp duty and you get debited for transactions continuously, at some point it could discourage businessmen and women, people who are the regular tomato sellers, the regular shoemakers, people who don't earn much. And this could also encourage hoarding of money. This will also encourage stacking money at home, and it's not good for the economy. The reason why it is an economy and it should be healthy is when money moves from point to point, moves around from the bank to the end user, to the payee and the payer, back to businessmen and back to the bank. So that cash circulation, right, whether it is physical or online, the fact that numbers are being run through, financial experts will tell you is an economy that is working. However, an economy that is not working is the one that numbers move from the bank, withdraw, the gatekeepers, at the end of the day, stop somewhere, someone goes and withdraws cash and keeps at home. Keeps at home like that. For what reason? You want to go and spray it in parties, or want to for what?
And exactly. Good thing now, they've actually opened, there are no limits anymore to the amount of cash you can withdraw from the bank. Unlike when they gave the 100,000 limit, they opened all of that. So that's why I asked the question, are you sure people would not resolve to having to oh no transfer, give me, I want cash. Because it was a thing, and it was just a few years ago that people started being receptive to it. Anyways, let's take a look at the next conversation the Nigerians are reacting to, which is the $180,000 that have been raised to build a mosque in honor of late Anthony Joshua's friend who died in a ghastly motor accident days ago. The Sports Project, a charity organization, has launched a fundraiser for Kevin Lateef Ayodele, Anthony Joshua's trainer. According to reports, more than $180,000 has been raised to help build a mosque in his honor after he was killed in a car crash in Makun, Ogun State, Nigeria. The reports also reveal that the donation project was launched just hours after Ayodele's painful is it?
Oh,
Let's take a look
I'm itching to say something.
Yeah, let's look at how Nigerians are reacting to this first. The first reaction from TG, and TG said, someone died in a car accident, maybe due to lack of ambulance, but instead of building hospital in his honor, funds are raised to build a mosque. Africa is so unpredictable.
How do we get here?
Another one from Gen Z Daddy, and he said, I'm practically concerned about whether this incident affects Anthony Joshua's boxing career. The thought of losing 2 friends in one day in a car crash right in his presence could honestly take a toll on his mental health.
Most definitely.
And also finally, why build a mosque to honor Kevin Lateef Ayodele when Shino Gami also died in the crash? Lateef was a devout Muslim convert who supported charity projects. The other guy, Shino, reportedly was too, but the fundraiser specifically upholds Lateef's legacy. Besides, what real benefit does this mosque bring to everyday people in the community?
Truth be told, I mean, for me, this is what I call shots fired.
Yeah.
You see, the sooner we understand, and this is me speaking broadly, right, across board, religion is a key point that people should use properly and not use for just selfish, whatever it is you want to call it. I think it is too fresh, too quick, too sudden, too soon for anybody, group of people or community or some kind of agency or whoever it is to come up with sort and say they're raising money to build a mosque. No offense to my wonderful Muslim friends and businessmen. I'm just speaking figuratively as a journalist. I think that such movement should be frowned upon, because what this means is that you are now telling me that you don't have your, you put the cart before the horse. Look, can we look at the cause of the accident? Can we also look at the things that could have saved him in an event where those things were in place? Maybe he would have still been alive. It now looks as if religion incites. Whoever it is that's behind that should understand that he or she is painting himself in a bad mood. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, if you're going to raise money, can we see you that you're raising money for the prevention of such accidents come next time, if at all? Also, can we see that you're trying to create some awareness that will make more sense? Let the family now decide to say, okay, since this has happened, let's now go the route that whoever it is raising money for. But I don't think religious matter for now is
because really
the major thing to do.
I'm trying to find the correlation, because an accident happened and then you're building a mosque. What is the, what was the intention behind building a mosque? Is it to pray against accidents or what?
So injured people will now go to the mosque to get treated. Is that it? Or go to the church to get treated?
And to think that it was said that although the ambulance actually got there, I think 10 minutes or 15 minutes after the accident, and for me that's not actually really a bad time. Let's not take that away from the response team. That wasn't really a bad time, because really for someone, the 2 friends, as Lateef and the other guy that died, their brains were actually smashed. So there was actually really, even if the response team got there like in a minute, there's really nothing you can do to a brain that is already smashed to the ground and all of that. So I must really give it to them. But building a mosque, the intention is, that's the thing about building the room. The intention is good, great. Build your mosque, because according to the person, Lateef was a devout Muslim who actually believes in charity. That's where he actually donates most of his money. Good, but at least you should have waited to
it's too soon, too sudden.
Down. If you want to do any charity when it comes to accidents, give States, give them more ambulances, give them more, train more people who can actually attend to accidents response on time, and not a mosque. Because in my head I'm like, okay, if there's an accident, are we supposed to go to the mosque to pray or to
church?
I don't
let's assume that he was a devoted Christian and they want to raise money to build a church. Is it the church that will not treat him? I think for what it is, right, that they should allow emotions to run through. The family is still trying to understand what has happened. Loss of a loved one is so difficult to deal with. Sometimes the emotion runs so deep that people don't come out of it psychologically.
Yeah.
So allow the family to grieve, allow the family to see that for what it's worth, that the whole world is in tune with their feeling. Let that idea of condolence visit or condolence on social media, let it seep in so that the emotions can flow. Let the family be the ones now say, well,
this is
knowing
what
that
we
our
want to
son,
do, or you
yes,
can
we
carry
look
on.
at this. Can we have people do a GoFund, a mosque that's already existing? Because there are mosques out there, let's be honest, that are dilapidated and not well taken care of. Can we also have those areas, since it was devoted Muslim? Also, he had a charity thing that he had going. Can we also see that the charity thing can be taken care of? Let the family be the one to initiate this thing, not some outsider. Unless maybe I'm getting it wrong. Maybe it's within the family, but I don't think the family will jump into this because it's too soon.
They're
and
still
too
trying
sudden.
to get over the fact
Yes,
that
the body is very fresh, as if they've not buried. He was a Muslim.
If you're Muslim, definitely they would have.
Obviously, 24 hours or so they will bury the person. However, what does this mean? One, what does it mean economically? What does it mean, socially? What does it mean to Nigeria? Two things. One, the fact that the accident alone, the fact that the accident happened on that expressway, it is a major indication that whoever is going to be responsible for that area, or whoever is responsible for that area, should be held accountable as when it comes to FIRSC to say, look, did you not know that your men who patrol that area should have seen that truck if they patrol there more often? That truck not well parked fully off the road because the road is not that wide. If the truck had a problem, can we see FIRSC to say, look, move your truck out of the road totally? The shoulder of the road is important. In an event where there's an overtaking, right, an overtaking that goes wrong, the vehicle can see the shoulder of the road to escape from. That's why the shoulder of the road is created. We don't want to see big trucks like that parked there. That's one. Can we see some level of awareness regarding that? Secondly, I said before, even if that vehicle was going at 30 kilometers per hour and crash into,
be that bad.
And crash into a stationary vehicle, it will have an impact, but not that bad. So one mistake we've made is we've allowed trucks and broken down vehicles at that size with wide load and wide size.
FIRSC, especially the one station in Ogun State, and this is fact. All they care about is why you have so many lights in your vehicle.
Which is irrelevant to what things that
do you have
happen
a
now.
reason? Anyways, we, like I mentioned in the morning,
rest
I
in peace,
really hope
yes.
they are so rest in peace, and God gives the family the strength
There's
to
something you said,
take in the loss.
How would Anthony Joshua recover from this?
Yeah.
Would there be a recovery so soon? I don't
I
think
doubt
so.
it.
I don't think so.
All right, now the third conversation is a claim by former presidential candidate of the Labour Party that he claimed the convenience of an aircraft during his administration as Anambra State Governor. Obi spoke while answering questions from a cross-section of Nigerians during an interactive X space on Sunday, saying leadership, by example, is central to confronting Nigeria's security challenges. The former Anambra governor narrated a personal experience during his time as governor where he helped clean up the restroom of an airport or aircraft that was not in good condition, which has gained mixed reactions across social media. While many understood the message, some also criticized Obi for such narration. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. And the first one from Ebziba Behula, they said, that's actually refreshing to hear in this Nigeria, where everybody they form big man. Clean up mess yourself as governor shows real leadership, no be just talk. More of this kind humble at a beg. Country go change small. Respect, PO. Another one from Dagan said, first of all, that's a lie in a million times. The British Airways is a top brand airline. They are very intentional about hospitality and cleanliness cleanliness is one of their most important factor. They won't allow the toilet to be in that state. Secondly, Obi just slide to parry the show, whatever that person said.
If we respond to this, but
yeah. And we have Emmy Roy and said, Peter B is acting as if he's all saints, which isn't possible. Don't get me wrong, he's a man I hold in high esteem and have respect for. But the way it acts sometimes as if he has no sins is annoying. We all supported him in 2023, which he won clearly, even known to the blind. What then did he do? He couldn't protect the votes with the masses entrusted on him, but rather he cowers and shies away like a baby. In fact, he's not a man of sagacity and tenacity, but in all, I still respect him. And finally, finally, like, what this means is that when he sees a problem, he doesn't overlook it like our egoistic Nigerian politicians. If we have more Nigerian politicians that could clean the toilets in their homes, then they will eventually fix Nigeria and provide basic amenities for its citizens. Do you agree?
Well, so...
First of all, do you think P.O. was lying?
So I don't think he was lying.
Okay.
What I think is happening here, and this is not me trying to canvass for him, it's just me speaking very, objectively. I don't think he was lying. I think that the narrative in which he is known for, right? Nigerians are quickly moving away from it, which is why they are quick enough to look for different angles to now say, oh, let us approach it from this angle. I'm sure that there's other things that is involved in this is common talk, and maybe he's not giving us the full gist. So I think we should take it easy. We should understand that no one is a saint. He's also a human being too, right? He has his own challenges too. So, but if he has come out to say this, it means that he's still keeping us informed when it comes to things that he has been part of or things that he has done.
Yeah.
Look, is it because Obi is the one that said that he helped to clean or keep, sanitary, whatever it is? What if someone else would have taken it seriously? And speaking about the guy who said UK and they're quite big, they're big with hygiene or whatever, that's a big lie. I've seen how dirty that place can look also.
British Airways.
For the fact.
If we're talking Turkish airline now, I believe. But
shots fired. Shots fired.
But British Airways, no, I don't think so. And that is what makes the story shaky.
Right.
Because why are you a cleaner?
But
why are you cleaning the toilet?
So you know what? I'll tell you. When you want to use the restroom and whoever used it before you did not use it properly, you want to keep it clean before you use it and then keep it clean after you use it. So
then you're the problem.
So let's be honest.
I don't see it as an act of, I know P.O. for what he is, that he's a very, what's the word? He's not like the normal politician that we know.
He's not wasteful in
exactly, he's not wasteful in nature, but going as far as cleaning the toilets, what was the intention? I believe that every human being, they have an intention to whatever it is that they do or want to do. So what was the intention behind it? Because I'm very sure that toilet was not as messy as would want to portray or want to give reasons to why he has to clean it. Why?
So again, that is his personal decision to have done that. But I think what this now means, if that story from him has now hit the headline, put this way, now the story has hit the headlines, what this will mean is that Nigerians might now say, we're tired of this narrative of see me as a saint. Like that guy, that other person rightly said, look, can we move away from this angle? Right? So maybe he's trying to maintain that narrative of, me, I'm meticulous in nature, I like to do things normally, I'm a man of integrity. We already know this. Maybe there's no need for him to hammer that in any longer. And of course, yes, he cleaned the toilet. Maybe he shouldn't have even spoken about it at all.
Exactly.
In the first place.
And that has nothing to do with leadership.
However, in leadership, for me, I'm big when it comes to leadership advocacy. I understand some certain things there. They say what you do when no one is watching you, that is where character lies. And I can tell you for a fact, if you can do something, although now that he came out and told everybody, now everybody knows about it.
So that's the thing.
Which I was coming to now.
Nothing to do. See, there are people who have the most disgusting character, but they can't stand dirt. And there are people who are dirty, but they make better leaders. They make better people. So it has nothing to do with
want a better leader. Let me hear from you. Better leader.
Listening to your followers and actually putting in what is right for your followers ahead of your interest. That is what makes a good leader. Nothing. Your follower interest is what. Your follower interest, empathy. If I don't have empathy, I'm not going to think about what you think or what
be a better follower. If you want to be a better leader, do what you say and say what you do.
Exactly. That's what makes a better leader. So it has nothing to do with cleaning the toilet. I do feel it's disgusting. So having
said so now, don't you think he possesses 4 of these things?
I don't think so. By washing toilets, no, I disagree. All right, those are the stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I did this with
Onyeka Valentine.
Until next time, Happy New Year. You heard it first from me. And have yes, a beautiful transition into the 2026.
I have a word for them.
Okay.
Before you guys jump to 26, ask yourself a question. How have you earned it?
I let go.
Have you?
My viewers, you have earned it. And I'm really happy that we are transitioning together into 2026. Do have yourself a beautiful Wednesday and a beautiful end of the year. Right. Bye for now.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on Business News Hour. I am Norma Ubuna. Here are the top business stories making headlines today. CBN sees FX reserves rising to $51 billion in 2026 on market reforms. NICOM, no going back on 2026 recapitalization deadline. Tinubu insists new tax takes effect tomorrow. Lagos ports face vessel surge. And ATM transactions rise 197.86% to 36.34 trillion naira. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves is expected to continue its growth trend next year, giving the naira the needed firepower to sustain its stability as the central bank predicts external reserves rising to $51.04 billion, supported by market reforms. Reforms in the foreign exchange market are expected to sustain exchange rate stability, while external reserves is projected to increase to $51.04 US. The CBN said its macroeconomic outlook on Tuesday. Now, according to the Abuja-based bank, the external reserves is estimated to meet 2025 at $45.01 billion. That is a $6.03 billion increase over the next 12 months, compared with the $40.19 billion it closed in 2024. Stronger reserves mean a firmer naira, a condition that would further boost investor confidence and help build corporates' balance sheets, especially those with an import focus. That will cut foreign exchange losses and improve profitability. The project is hinged on continued gains from broad-based structural reforms and a gradually easing monetary policy stance. These are expected to further improve the business environment, enhance investor confidence, and support private sector-led growth, the CBN wrote in its report. The growth momentum is also anticipated to be complemented, by increased production and investments in the oil sector, supported by improved security surveillance alongside gains from enhanced domestic refining capacity. And moving on, the National Insurance Commission, also known as NICOM, has ruled out any possibility of extending the capitalization deadline for operators in Nigerian insurance industry. The insurance regulator is insisting that the deadline is rooted in law and cannot be shifted without a fresh legislative process. The Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Usman Jankara, who represented the Commissioner for Insurance and Chief Executive of NICOM, Mr. Olusegun Omosheyin, disclosed this during a seminar for reporters on the Naira 2025 framework in Abuja. According to Dr. Jankara, the deadline is a statutory provision and not an administrative target that can be adjusted at will. He stated that any attempt to alter the date would require going back to the National Assembly, securing an amendment to the Act, and obtaining presidential assent. He also explained that the new capital program is aimed at strengthening market stability, phasing out weak and marginal operators, encouraging mergers where necessary, and improving the ability of insurers to meet policyholder obligations. Also, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to implementing Nigeria's newly enacted tax laws as scheduled, rejecting growing calls for their suspension amid public debate. The president made this known in a message posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, on Tuesday, where he said the reforms, some of which took effect on June 26, 2025, while others are due to commence on January 1st, 2026, are central to rebuilding Nigeria's fiscal framework and will not be halted. Tinubu described the tax reforms as a long-term intervention aimed at fairness, competitiveness, and economic sustainability, rather than an attempt to impose additional tax burdens on Nigerians. He stressed that the laws were not designed to raise taxes, but to support a structural reset, promote harmonization across the tax system, and protect dignity whilst strengthening the social contract between the government and the citizens. The president's statement comes amid sustained public discourse and criticism over alleged changes to certain provisions of the newly enacted tax law, with some stakeholders calling for a pause in implementation. And still on, 23 vessels carrying petroleum products, food, and industrial inputs are expected at Lagos's ports between December 29th and 31st. Concerns mounting over the deteriorating condition of the Apapa Bridge and key port access roads. The Lagos State government has warned that any structural failure could severely disrupt port operations and pose significant risks to the national economy. Shipping data released by the Nigerian Ports Authority show that Apapa and Tin Can Islands are preparing for a surge in maritime traffic at the year end, even as road infrastructure within the port corridor remains under severe strain. However, the anticipated increase in cargo evacuation has reignited concerns over the structural integrity of Apapa Bridge and surrounding port roads, which remain the primary evacuation routes for petroleum tankers, container trucks, and port-bound traffic. While briefing newsmen in the state, the senior special assistant to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on transportation and logistics, Adekoya Hassan, described Apapa as a critical artery of Nigeria's economy, warning that the volume of outbound truck traffic poses a serious risk to the bridge. And meanwhile, the value of transactions through automated teller machines, ATM, rose by 197.86% year-on-year to 36.34 trillion in the first half of 2025 from 12.2 trillion naira in the corresponding period of 2024. Now, according to reports, Central Bank of Nigeria CBN quarterly statistical bulletin of H1 2025 showed that the volume of ATM transactions also grew significantly by 72.9% year-on-year to 858.8 million in H1 2025 from 496.5 million in H1 2024. Analysis show that the value of check transactions grew by 10.9% year-on-year to 9.72 trillion naira. The value of point of sale POS transactions stood at 147.19 naira in H1 2025. The value of mobile payment transactions grew by 33.98% to 213.58 trillion naira in H1 2025. The total value of e-payment transactions for these channels stand at 1.89 quadrillion in H1 2025, up by 29.5% year-on-year from 1.4 trillion in H1 2024. I'll be taking a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour, where we bring you the stories that matter to markets and the economy. And moving on, Nigeria produced a total of 443.25 million barrels of crude oil between January and October 2025, according to crude oil and condensate production data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. According to the NUPCR reports, this translates to an average of about 1.46 million barrels per day. Despite intermittent improvements, the output level meant that Africa's largest oil producer remained below its 1.5 million barrels per day crude oil quota set by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, achieving about 97% of the quota during the 10-month period. A breakdown of the figures shows that January recorded the highest crude oil production during the period at 4.770 million barrels, while February was the weakest month at 41.02 million barrels. Output recovered in March and April and remained relatively strong through May, June, and July before easing in August and September. Crude oil production in October stood at 43.44 million barrels, and for the 2026 fiscal year, the federal government is projecting about 60.97 trillion naira in oil revenue, lower than the earnings anticipated in the 2025 budget, reflecting more conservative assumptions on crude oil prices and production. And now in other news, 10 states are planning to source about 4.287 trillion naira from loans, bonds, grants, capital receipts, and public-private partnerships to finance capital projects in their 2026 budgets. Collectively, the states include Lagos, Abia, Ogun, Enugu, Osun, Delta, Sokoto, Edo, Bayelsa, and Gombe. They presented budgets totaling 14.7174 trillion naira to lawmakers. According to reports, these states are increasingly turning to non-recurring financing beyond statutory federal transfers, including allocations from the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, value-added tax receipts, and internally generated revenue to support ambitious infrastructure and development projects. Economists say Nigeria's rising dependence on borrowing is driven less by a lack of revenue and more by inefficient management of public funds. They note that budgetary provisions meant to guide government spending are often disregarded, while weak oversight and revenue leakages continue to push authorities toward loans. Up next, foreign direct investment into Nigeria jumped to $720 million in the third quarter of 2025, up sharply from $90 million in the previous quarter. This represents a 700% increase quarter-on-quarter, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's balance of payments highlights for the period. On a year-on-year basis, the inflow was also higher than the $570 million posted in the third quarter of 2024, indicating a 26.3% rise. The report stated that direct investment liabilities, which capture foreign direct investment into the economy, stood at $0.72 billion in the third quarter of the year, making it the strongest quarter of FDI so far in 2025. According to the CBN, broader investments in the financial account reflected increased direct investment liabilities, improved participation in domestically issued instruments earlier in the year, and higher reserve accumulation. In another development, the African Export and Import Bank and the Central Bank of Egypt have signed a memorandum of understanding for the African Gold Bank in Egypt. This was disclosed in a statement on Tuesday, indicating that the MOU would formalize a gold value chain, strengthen central bank reserves, and reduce Africa's reliance on foreign refining and trading hubs. According to reports, gold prices hit a series of record highs this year as investors turn to precious metals as stores of value amid uncertainties caused by economic and geopolitical tensions. The statement revealed by the landmark MOU was signed by the governor of the Central Bank of Egypt, Mr. Hassan Abdallah, and the president and chairman of board of directors of Afrexim Bank, Dr. George Elumbi. During the ceremony held at the Central Bank of Egypt, the partnership builds a shared vision between the CBE and the Afrexim Bank to support domestic manufacturing, enhance sustainable development, and deepen regional financial and trade integration, fostering a robust and advanced African economic ecosystem. And now to wrap up the business news hour, the World Bank has urged developing countries to play a more active role in shaping global trade standards, warning that a rapidly expanding set of international rules is increasingly tilting economic benefits toward wealthy nations and large multinational companies. In its World Development Report of 2025, Standards for Development, the bank said standards covering areas ranging from food labeling to 5G telecoms have become a form of foundational economic infrastructure as critical to growth as roads, ports, and power systems. The document noted that while standards have helped reduce trade frictions and boost global commerce, they are also being used as non-tariff barriers in trade disputes. To support countries in transforming standards into tools for development, the report recommends and adapts a line author framework. And that wraps up our business news hour. I am Norma Obuna. And as we count down to the new year in just a few hours, we wish you a prosperous new year ahead. Thank you for staying with us. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Answer God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
These bandanas make it hurt.
An official of NAFDA will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see. My wife will like this.
If there is something about Market Pulse, just know that we will go through the 7 seas and mountains just for you to explore every market in this industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Market Pulse. And today we're at Lawansi Market exploring the home appliances industry. So follow us as we feel the heartbeats of this market.
If customers are weeping and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy.
Today, we are turning up the heat on a trend reshaping household spending across Nigeria: the surge in demand for thrifted and Tokumbo home appliances.
I've been in this business for close to 30 years. I grew up in this area. When I left university, I found myself back to Sule Lawanson. And that was even when Tokumbo business started gradually here in Lawanson, Sule, like fridge businesses. That was early 90s. Sorry, early 90s. And because I live around and I grew up in this area, the only opportunity I had was maybe going outside Lagos for my degree program as a UNN. Having gotten that, I came back. I made a Lawanson that accepted Tokumbo business. So as early as 1990, this place became a beehive of Tokumbo goods, fridge businesses, videos, electronics, kitchen equipment, and gradually I keyed in. You know, kitchen equipment is very, very wide. There are kitchen equipment, there are domestic, there are industrials, then there are bakery equipment. You know, so whichever one you want to enter into is very, very interesting. But the scope is very, very large. You can never have knowledge of all of them. All of them, because every day technology is improving. There are times things will come out, you say, what is this? Or someone has to educate you on even what it is and how to use it. So it's not been easy. Kitchen equipment is very, very wide. So every day I'm learning, every day I'm studying, every day I want to enter into new areas of it. Everything has increased and it's affecting sales, really affecting sales, because the joy of this business is patronage. And if the customers are weeping, of course, and the seller is also weeping, you know, nobody is happy. I want a situation where I bring in markets or I buy markets and people will come within a short space of time, they are all sold. Price of things have really gone high, and I pray that maybe with time, as time goes on, if our leaders, if they hearken to us and really put their hearts into governance, at least bring the price of these things down, Nigerians will really be happy. Nobody is really happy. You might think you are making the profit, but if you think you make enough profit, that's by the time you go and get other things. For instance, I'm not into fashion, but I know I have to buy clothes for myself. If you want to enter into any boutique to buy clothes for yourself, you before you know, you have wasted that same money there. You spend the whole money there. So you take a little thing home, having spent so much. So it goes round, it goes round, it goes round. Nobody's happy.
With inflation still biting and the naira under pressure, many consumers are finding that buying brand new appliances is becoming a luxury.
If you do not chop for maybe 3 square meter, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. For more than 30 years now. And now it's very, very costly. Before, like, say, 10 years or 15 years ago, someone you can start this business with maybe 500,000. But now, I said it all, over 2.something million at least. And I complain that because the cost of the goods is too high. They cannot be. So this business is luxurious one. So it's very, very high compared with the thing started from that Tinubu and Buhari regime. The thing is, before you can see 1 horsepower for 12,000 or below. But now 1 horsepower is 140,000. In a space of 2 years or so. So it's very, very costly. And making us not to feel comfortable with our business. It's not moving fine. Imagine something that we bought for 12,000 naira 2 years ago. Now it's 140,000, 150. You see, it scares away customers from coming to purchase or buy. I complain that the cost of this is too much. It's too much. We can hardly say 1 week or so. We will not sell because of the high cost of the goods. It's very, very alarming. It's very, very big. It's very, very difficult to cope in Nigeria these days. Compared with this, our business is very, very high. And right now, it's not the season. Maybe if to say the dry season, throughout it has been raining all days. Yesterday it rains. Or at times you come here 1 week or 2 weeks, you will not sell anything because of the cost, of the rising cost.
Of course, there is still a feeling of distaste that surrounds the Tokumbo home appliances. It's no-brainer though why Nigerians largely opt for these tested products, with inflation almost being at an all-time high.
Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible.
Market surveys also show that thrifted appliances can go for 40 to 60% less than brand new units. Well, depending on brand and condition.
For the past 10 years now,
The business now, I can say, is times 10 of what we are using for investment before. Like the money you invest before. Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible. Our reality is so badly because what somebody is buying 10 naira before, this time if you come, you tell the person it's 15 naira, you know how the person will feel. So the reaction now is something else. The customers are not happy. And we too, we cannot do otherwise because we sell things the way we bought. Well, I can't say that I've had losses because when inflation started, I have some goods when inflation started. I sell based on the current price as at the time the inflation started. So I sell with the price of the current. The difficulties there is that the customers, they are not buying things the way they used to buy before because the price is outrageous. The price increased, so they find it difficult. They find it difficult. It's difficult for us. Now you can see when you come here, I'm just sitting and looking outside. Unlike before the inflation started, when you come at least you meet like 2 or 3 customers. But this time it will take 2 hours or 3 hours before you can get 1 customer. At times they will come and price, they will not buy because the price is high now. There's no way I can go home and sit down without doing anything. That would be another problem. So, however it is, we'll still be managing it. We'll still be pushing.
Information reaching us is that life starters, young renters, first-time homeowners usually have a higher demand. So if you fall under this category, here are some of the prices of essentials so you don't walk into the market clueless.
If it's just cookers without ovens, these flat ones, they are on the high side now. Talk about 60,000 naira. If it's 3 burners, 60,000. If it's 4 burners, 70, 80,000. I'm talking about Tokumbo ones. We have Korea cookers that are just 2 burners. Those ones are also 60,000 naira. Then if you want to go for brand new ones, talk about 100 and something, 200,000 naira. They're about 150,000 naira. They're about. These are cookers without ovens. So if you want to buy cookers with ovens, those ones, Tokumbo ones, 300,000, 350, 400,000 as the case may be. 5 burners with big oven, all those are 700,000 naira as the case may be. As of that time, that drum barbecue, charcoal barbecue, I was going for 25,000 naira, but now it's going for 200,000, 250,000. So you can see the extent, which I remember people will come here, they want to buy something, and then they give you $100. You know, $100, you quickly go to Lansing bus stop. You understand? And change $100, 25,000 naira. So $100 that time, 25,000 naira. So maybe the value of what they have bought was 25,000 naira. So they give you $100. But now that same $100 is now 150,000. So like this thing that I once sold for 25,000 naira, this drum barbecue, the $100 feed there was 25,000, but now $100 is 150,000, and yet you cannot get it. So you need to have a close to maybe $150 or $130 for you to get this drum barbecue. So things has really gone high. There's one small electric jug I saw this afternoon. Very small things, this traveling type. You understand? And it's Tokumbo. And the person was pricing 5,000. And I know I bought that in non-tested, 8,000 naira. I was telling her 8,000 naira non-tested. You know the meaning of taking a risk of buying something that is not tested. It can be scrap in your hand. You understand? I told her, I said, pay 12,000. I said, okay, pay 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Person, what are you saying this is 10,000 naira? I said, I bought it 8,000 naira non-tested. And I'm selling it to you tested. You can see the risk.
Electric kettle now, I would say the least you can get now, the smallest one of it is 10,000 naira. The one that are bigger, that one you can get for 15,000 naira least. Microwave, we have deals we have now is at 5,000. We have the one that is up to 60,000. Air fryer, we have the one of 40,000, the one of 50,000. high on 15, 18, 20, depending on the quality. Because all of them are not of the same quality. A rice cooker, I have the one of 35,000. Pressure pot, we have the one of 35,000 naira. And also, we have the one of 50,000 naira. And these are things before you can get for 5,000 naira. But this time, inflation have made all of them to go high.
If you are buying a window unit, maybe for 1 horsepower, you can get it now for maybe 130 or 120, as the case may be. Then for split, you can see split 150, 160. And it depends on the size. Like window unit 1 horsepower, you can see it's 130 or 140. But for split on the same 1 horsepower, you can see it 160, 150. And if the installer, if you are to the install to fix this one for you, they may take like 50,000 or 45,000 to fix the split on. But the window on, in as much as the hole is there, you can lift it and put it inside the hole without any money. So that one is more preferable. But some people say that they don't want this window unit, old-fashioned. But in actual sense, that one is so-called old-fashioned works better than split. There's no problem.
But it's not all smooth sailing. Even with the rise in demand, there are several risk factors which the dealers and buyers alike have to navigate through.
As of 2000, during that COVID, I remember the exchange rate at that time. The first time I imported was during that COVID. That was about July, August. And with about 5 million, you can import at least half container load of goods. That was around that July 2020. But of course, now, with 30 million, you understand, you cannot even import half container load of kitchen equipment. The truth of the matter is Tokumbo. You understand? Tokumbo has his own price. Brand new has his own price. So the moment you buy, sometimes importers, I see their lamentations. You know what they pass through. And I believe that government should understand this thing, because what comes around, they say what goes around comes around. You bring in your market to the wharf, so you clear your market, and as you clear it, they want to examine the containers. NAFDAC will come and say they want to check what is in the container. An official of NAFDAC will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see it. My wife will like this. And they have sent him to examine and leave. But he will say, bring that thing down. My wife will like this one. After that one, he will take it to, and that thing, the man bought those things with his money. Then standard organization will come and look, bring that thing. Oh, my second wife will like it. Bring it. They will take, before they vandalize the container for the man. And the man will be weeping, having paid so much in clearing, having paid so much in shipping. The same goods, when it comes to his warehouse, of course, he's not on the road, Sometimes all these police will be on the road. They will also collect their own. These hoodlums, Alaipu, will collect their own. The man finally discharges his goods. The man will sit down and calculate his total expenses. He will put it back into the goods, and you find out that the man is not losing. You understand? The man is not losing. It's Nigerians that are losing, because everything will go back to the goods. All the pains he had incurred, we will calculate them and put them on the goods. And before you know, there may be goods one could have bought for 10,000 naira. It's now 40,000 naira. We are suffering it. Come down where? What? How? Is it that we bring in your goods at the wharf, and then they now suddenly tell you, okay, we used to clear it for 20,000. Now please bring 5,000 or 10,000 and clear it. And how has it come down? Or has this exchange rate come down? What determines cost of goods is the exchange rates. You understand? It's the exchange rate. And of course, people don't import the way they used to import. So if it were before, by now, containers should be on every street. Because some of us, our brothers and sisters who are over there, they want to bring in goods so that when they come, they'll sell, use the money, maybe to build for those who wants to build and take care of their families back here in Nigeria. But now nobody wants to come in again. Before, an average importer brings 5 to 10 containers. So the person who used to bring 5 containers before is now bringing only 2 containers. The person who used to bring 2 containers is bringing 20-feet container, not even up to a full container. So when you go to warehouses are empty, and and once there are few goods, more people will chase those goods. So inflation will come up. So when goods are not really in supply, many people will be chasing the ones that are available. So it will automatically force the price up. So I don't think prices are going down. Prices are going up. Going up because there is no indices to show that prices are really coming down. The customs, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NAFDAC at WharF, they are still there. They have not. They are. They will still examine the containers, and they will still collect what they want to collect. They impose the fines they want to impose, and so when it comes, and as the containers are going, most of these customs will also chase a container that has been cleared at WharF. Sometimes they will trace it back to the warehouse and will say these are contraband goods, and before you know it, either they will settle them, and before you know it, all these things will add to the cost of the goods. So I don't think so. Things are not coming down.
There are warehouses. We have customers that are overseas that bring the goods. So we do buy from them when they offload. That is where the problem lies, because the cost of importation, according to the importers, is high now. The cost of importation, the custom duty and all those things, they are very high now. So that is where the problem lies, because they increase their price. Like what I buy this month, 500 naira. Next month, maybe if the price have changed, they too will change their price. So we the final consumers, we also change our price.
Beyond affordability, there is also a sustainability angle, as more Nigerians are embracing refurbished items, helping cut down electronic waste and extend product life cycles. It's a shift that mirrors global trends in sustainable consumption.
Fair use someone like you can lay a hand on. That's a hope of common man. Fair use, but new ones. Imagine you are selling bonus power for 140,000. When you go to a new one, you see it for 350,000, 400,000. So we prefer this one. And those fair use, they are European standard. But here, the new one is Nigerian use. Maybe when you go to, if you have the opportunity to go to abroad, you tell them to do some standard ones, who will be very, very cheaper. And when they come here, they increase the price. So that fair use is far better than the so-called new ones. The difference is that you can open wall like this, just like this one now, up there now. You can open wall, but this one can open small wall like this to pass the pipe through. But the other one, some landlord may say, no, you don't have to put this one, you don't have to open my wall. But for the spirit, you can open small wall where you can pass the pipe through. It depends on the individual, because you may rent an apartment, planning to buy split, the landlord will say no. There is hole for window. So you have to do that one. But if the landlord gives you opportunity, you can buy anyone you like. And more especially the other one they call inverter, that one consumes less energy compared with the other ones. So people are moving to that one. And that one has great disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that if that one spoiled, like this one now, or this one spoiled, if it is inverter, you can use the up of this one, which is not inverter, you can change it. But once it's inverter must be inverter. So if it is 104, it must be 104. But if there's other one which is not inverter, you can use any one to fix it. 104 is meant for one room. Then 1.5 a room and parlor, or a parlor. Then 2 horsepower for bigger parlor. That's the only difference. The highest horsepower for this one, you have 3 horsepower. That's the one they use in the banks or big churches. But for living rooms, you can see 1 horsepower, 1.5, 2 horsepower. You have 3 horsepower, have 5 horsepower as well. The advice is you must be patient. This is a luxurious business for one comfort. It's not like a necessity, something that you must use every day. Because it's optional. For example, if you want to use to feel comfortable, if you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be good saying, let me buy AC. But if you want to feel comfortable, you can say you take AC, you buy AC. Because Nigeria is too hard. If to say this country is good, what another business? Because this one takes a lot of patience to stay. Imagine when you can come in the morning, 2 days, 3 days, you not sell. How do you survive? And if you say, let me go and change another one, where is the capital to do it? And maybe the kind of business like this AC now that's movable here in Lagos, when you go to east or north, it will not be moving like that. Because in this Lagos now, you can see when you count 2 or 4 buildings, you must see AC there. But when you go to east, maybe like Onitsha, you can count 10 to 15 without a single AC there. So if you say, let me relocate, and when you relocate, you see that it will be more difficult. So if you are relocating, you have to find a business that will move there. So in a situation whereby you don't have any of those ones, you have to stay and manage the one you have.
As household navigates squeezed budgets, the thrift appliance market is proving that value and practicality are driving purchase decisions more than brand new shine. In a time where every naira counts, thrift is no longer survival, it's strategy. That's the pulse of the thrifted home appliances industry. This is Market Pulse.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Business News Update reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's PMI rises to 57.6 points as CBN survey reports strongest 2025 expansion. Otedala gains 896 billion naira from Geregu Power majority sale. NDIC raises concern over impact of mandatory deductions on deposit insurance fund. Rivers lawmakers reject Fubara's Christmas gift. Wike opposes automatic ticket. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obona. Nigeria's economic activities recorded their strongest expansion in 2025, rising to 57.6 index points in December from 56.4 points in November. The Central Bank of Nigeria revealed this in its Purchasing Managers Index report for December 2025, noting that the latest figure represents the 13th consecutive month of economic expansion and strongest signal recorded so far this year. The Apex Bank stated that the composite PMI's increase reflects a stronger and more broad-based expansion in aggregate economic activity across key sectors of the economy. Now, according to the report, 32 out of the 36 subsectors covered in the survey experienced expansion in economic activity during the review period, while the industry to raise 10 billion naira through a private placement of its ordinary shares. According to reports, this approval is subject to the fulfillment of applicable conditions, precedent, and regulatory requirements. The development was disclosed in a statement issued by GTCO's Group General Counsel and Company Secretary Ehi Obedebu. GTCO said the capital raise is not driven by any shortfall at its banking subsidiary, Guaranteed Trust Bank Limited, which has already exceeded the CBN's minimum capital requirement for commercial banks with international authorization. And still on, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation has warned that the federal government's mandatory fiscal deductions are constraining the corporation's ability to build a robust deposit insurance fund. According to the managing director and chief executive of the corporation, Thompson Oludare Sunday, the mandatory 50% cost to income policy is constraining the corporation's ability to build a robust deposit insurance fund required to safeguard bank depositors during the failures. Sunday said NDIC remains fully compliant with all statutory, financial, and fiscal regulations, including the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007. Sunday stressed the international benchmarks, under the International Association of Deposit Insurance require deposit insurance to maintain adequate funds to reimburse depositors without relying on government. Coming up, Rivers lawmakers reject Fubara's Christmas gift. Wike opposes automatic ticket.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Thank God you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The Rivers State House of Assembly on Tuesday rejected a 100,000 naira Christmas gift credited to the accounts of lawmakers on the orders of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, describing the transfer as unsolicited and unlawful. In a statement on Tuesday signed by the chairman of the House Committee on Information, Petitions and Complaints, Enemi George, the lawmakers said public funds must follow due process, including legislative approval. The statement, titled Return of Unsolicited and Unapproved 100,000 Naira Transferred to Personal Accounts of Honorable Members of the Rivers State House of Assembly by the Executive Governor of Rivers State, noted that the funds were immediately returned. Judge accused the governor of consistently drawing from the state's consolidated revenue account without legislative approval since assuming office in 2023, in defense of the Supreme Court and the Constitution. Now, away from that story, the Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, Thompson Sunday, has warned that the federal government's 50% cost-to-income ratio policy is limiting the corporation's ability to build a strong financial buffer to protect depositors. Sunday said NDIC complies with the policy, but added that the deductions affect NDIC's ability to build a strong deposit insurance fund, which is needed to respond effectively to bank failures. The statement by NDIC's head of the Communication and Public Affairs Department, Hawal Gambo, on Tuesday noted that the Sunday restated the corporation's adherence to fiscal and financial regulations, including the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. According to this statement, he stressed the NDIC complies fully with statutory remittance obligations, including the payment of 20% of gross earnings or 80% of net surplus to the federal government as applicable, adding that the corporation also submits its financial statements ahead of statutory deadlines. Still on, The federal government has announced changes to the collection of stamp duties on electronic bank transfers, with a 50 naira stamp duty now to be paid by senders of transactions of 10,000 naira and above from January 1st, 2026. This was revealed in the notices sent by Nigerian banks to their customers ahead of the policy's implementation. The new framework marks a notable shift from the existing practice where the 50 naira electronic money transfer levy is now borne by the receiver of eligible transfers. Under the new rules, a 50 naira stamp duty will apply to electronic transfers of 10,000 naira and above, payable by the sender of the funds. And to end the local news, the People's Democratic Party has accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of placing revenue generation above the welfare and well-being of Nigerians, following the federal government's insistence on proceeding with the commencement of the new Tax Act on January 1st, 2026, despite alleged discrepancies in its gazetted provisions. The opposition party renewed its call for the suspension of the act's commencement date, citing widespread public outrage over what it described as the illegal insertion of provisions earlier removed by the National Assembly. The position was contained in a statement issued by the National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Comrade Ini Ememobong. According to the PDP, Nigerians from different sectors have expressed strong displeasure over discrepancies between the harmonized version of the Tax Act passed by lawmakers and the version subsequently gazetted, noting that citizens have demanded a thorough investigation to determine who carried out the alleged insertions and how they were introduced into the final document. Coming up, Axis International seeks $28.9 billion from the Guinea over revoked bauxite permit. And now we head to Africa, where Axis International Limited is seeking $28.9 billion from Guinea at the World Bank Tribunal after the West African country revoked its permits to operate a bauxite mine through its year. Guinea, which has the world's largest reserves for bauxite, has moved to tighten state control over the mining sector over the past year, revoking and reallocating some permits as it seeks higher revenue and more local processing. According to the United Arab Emirates-based company, such moves by the government, headed by coup leader Mamadi Damboa, have led to a number of arbitration challenges, including one filed in November by Nomad Bauxite Corporation and another this month by Nimba Investment LLC. The arbitration challenge was filed at the World Bank's International Center of Settlement of Investment Disputes, while Guinea's government did not respond immediately to requests for a comment. And also, Aspen Pharmacare will sell its major Asia-Pacific assets, excluding China, to Australian private equity firm BGH Capital for $2.37 billion. The South African group said South Africa's biggest pharmaceutical producer had no plans to sell those assets, but agreed to do so after it evaluated an unsolicited offer from Australia and New Zealand focused in BGH Capital. According to reports, the deal, which includes the divestment of Aspen's first venture outside South Africa in Australia and New Zealand, will help the company focus on producing GLP-1 drugs and bolster turnaround efforts. Aspen CEO Stephen Saad said this transaction is aligned with strategic objectives and represents a compelling proposition for the group and its shareholders. And moving on, the General Assembly has approved a $3.45 billion regular budget for the United Nations for 2026. This approval followed weeks of intensive negotiations and one of the organization's most important reform initiatives. The budget, approved by the 193-member General Assembly on Tuesday, authorized $345,426.30 for the upcoming year, covering the UN's 3 core pillars of work. The budget largely reflected the Secretary General's proposed 15% reduction in financial resources and a nearly 19% cut in staffing. Also, Israel is set to revoke the licenses of 37 aid groups working in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, saying they failed to meet requirements under new registration rules. Well-known international non-governmental organizations such as Action Aid, the International Rescue Committee, and Norwegian Refugee Council are among those that will have their licenses suspended on January 1st, with their operations to end within 60 days. Israel said the groups, among other things, have failed to hand over complete personal details of their staff. This move was heavily criticized by foreign ministers from 10 countries, including the UK, who said the new rules were restrictive and unacceptable. And I'll bring you the sports news after this break.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Now to sports. Tanzania qualified for the Africa Cup of Nations knockout stage for the first time in their history after coming from behind to draw 1-1 with Tunisia in a thrilling Group C encounter at the 2025 AFCON in Rabat on Tuesday. Ismail Gabi put Tunisia ahead from the penalty spot just before halftime, but Faisal Saloum equalized early in the second half to earn Tanzania a landmark result in the Moroccan capital. The Tafai Stars had been trying to progress beyond the group stage since their AFCON debut in 1980 and had failed to win in any of the previous 12 matches across 4 tournament appearances. Despite still searching for their first AFCON victory, Tanzania advanced to the round of 16 with 2 draws and 1 defeat. Tunisia finished second in Group C with 4 points, 5 fewer than group winners Nigeria, while Tanzania scored one of the 4 places reserved for the best third teams, edging out Angola on the goals scored. And now to end the news, Gail Kakuta delivered a masterclass performance, scoring twice and providing an assist as DR Congo secured second place in Group D of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations with a convincing 3-0 victory over Botswana at the Al Madina Stadium in Rabat, Morocco. The result sets up an enticing round of 16 clash from Les Leopards against Algeria, who topped Group E. Kakuta was central to everything positive about DR Congo's display as the experienced playmaker produced an audacious backheel assist to release Nathaniel Mbuku for the opening goal before converting a first-half penalty and later completing his brace to cap a dominant showing. Mbuku broke the deadlock on the 31st minute, stretching to finish inside the area after Kakuta's clever backheel split the Botswana defense. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News Update. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Norma Ubuna. Many thanks for watching.